excited. Hey, everybody. Scott, there's no sound coming from your end whatsoever. Don't know what's happening there. Just to make sure I'm not going crazy, I'm going to bring in the Podfather, who's here as well.
Let's give Scott a listen. Scott, how are you? Scott's gone. Scott's gone like his audio.
I feel like every time Scott walks away from the computer, it just goes to shit.
Man, I'm trying to find the Facebook link for round 3, which we're watching now, and so that I can share it. So,
well, it's on the YouTube channel. It's on the Facebook page as well, which does remind me, before I do this screen share, let me adjust that real quick. Just doing, maintenance.
You know what? You got to do it throughout the stream. It's just the way to go. But I'm watching it on the stream now. I'm going to go ahead and share it. If you give me 2 seconds, hope everybody's well. And I'm sorry for this little bit of maintenance.
It's all right. Hey, listen, we've been going at this point for over 10 hours. And there's only been a couple hiccups. So I feel like that's a pretty damn good ratio, in all sincerity. So let's talk about a little bit about what we're here for and what we're going to be doing while we wait for Scott to figure out the mic issue. So we are here to help raise money for Scares That Care. So in the scroll bar down there, you'll see a link, but you can also just type that into a search bar, scaresthatcare.org/donate-now. We're not telling you what to donate, but please donate to them. They're an amazing charity. And when you do that donation, get a copy of the receipt and forward it to us at hmnpodcast@gmail.com. At the end of the night, we will do a drawing and someone will win a prize of a ton of cool shirts. We are going to try to cater it to your preferences. So coming up right now, Podfather's here. Scott will be here in a second. We are going to do a tier list, which is a thing that has been pretty popular on the internet lately, and I enjoy watching them. So let's make one. Why not? But after that, our friend Kyle, the director of Survival of the Film Freaks, will be joining us for something that's normally a Patreon exclusive. We're going to give it to you for free on this live stream, and that will be Fear Street Pitch, in which Scott pulls up a random Fear Street book by R.L. Stine, and we look at the cover of it for a couple seconds and then pitch the movie version of it. So
that's awesome.
So that should be fun. And then, hey, Scott's back. Let's see if we can hear him.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
we can definitely hear you now, Scott.
Oh, thank fucking God.
And then when that is over, our good friends at Fright School are going to hop on the feed to do their dual review of the Witches remake, as well as the newest Craft film. And then finally, the main event, the one that I am the most excited for, is the fantasy drafting of the scariest moments in movies that aren't horror films with Scott, Robert Bacon of 91 Donkey Lane, and Ashley Victoria Robinson of the Geek History Lesson. That should be a good time. But now let's do our tier list. And I am very proud of this tier list. I'm not going to lie. So you could rank it all types of things, but Scott and I decided that we were going to go with songs from the 80s, since most of these are films from the 80s. So in the top tier is You're Simply the Best, which would say is like it's a 5-star rating. A 4-star rating is Just Like Heaven. A 3-star is a With or Without You. A 2-star is Another One Bite the Dust. And a 1-star is a bad, like the Michael Jackson song. So here we go. I'm going to do this. I was trying to figure out the best way that we were going to do this. And
I love that the color coding is a little bit confusing. Usually green is like top tier and red is what you want to avoid. You got a little flipped.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the way that Tier Maker did it for us. So
Wow,
I'm going to go.
You're making my actual tears happen. You got to fix that.
Tier Maker.
So what we're going to do is we're going to do a bunch of the first movies, then we're going to do a bunch of the second movies, and so on and so forth. So kicking it off, we have boom, Nightmare on Elm Street, the OG film. Arguably I would say probably the most important slasher film of the 80s. I think it redefined the slasher genre after it had become very stagnant with the regular guy with a knife stabbing a bunch of people, and went into a whole different realm that many films tried to copy, but never successfully. I mean, I'm curious about you guys, but I feel like there's no way this doesn't end up in the simply the best category.
Yeah, and I'm almost safe to say, like, willing to throw it in there right now. It's just that Nightmare on Elm Street was my favorite, and I as a kid, all those years ago on this weekend, you'd find me dressed as Freddy. I think I was Freddy for about 5 or 6 Halloweens of my young life, and that's before high school. That's probably before middle school. So as like an elementary school kid, I'm dressing up as Freddy, walking around. He's just funny, and he's cartoonish, and anybody who's into comic books, there was that kind of louder style that Freddy had that nobody else had. And
I mean, I know that this is Scott's favorite horror movie of all time.
Yeah,
so I don't think
it's already going in. Simply the best.
That isn't. I mean, yeah. Let's go ahead and put it in instantly. Simply the best. Now, Matt, and Scott, help me out here. Do these things get knocked out? Possibly, if we find something that we're like, okay, wait.
I think that it's going to be like continuous perfection as we get through the list.
Yeah, I think that we're pretty safe to. I mean, it's safe to put it in there now.
Yeah. Okay. So we threw that in there. Let's see. What's the next one in the? Because this is all. Okay. Here we'll go with this one.
Are you auto-generating them?
Sort of. I pulled all of the photos, but they're not in any specific order in the folder that they're in. So I'm kind of scrolling, trying to find them because I want to do the first of each franchise.
I don't think you should. I think that it should go. I think that you should just let it be a game of chance, dude, because like we're definitely gonna come back and have to move things.
I mean,
no. Do you want to introduce all 5 franchises first, and then we discuss, and then we start?
I feel like at least
that's fine.
Yeah, let us at least. Yeah, we'll at least introduce the originals of each category, because I can tell you that I'm not putting Child's Play in Simply the Best.
No, and I don't think it goes in Simply the Best as well, but I have a tough time putting it as low as With or Without You, because it's still a fun movie for me. That first one still kind of reinvented the possessed doll thing that we'd only really seen in, my uncle in Mexico used to show us this one video with the dolls always like turning their heads, and I think that wasn't Anthony Hopkins in a possessed
Magic.
He was in Magic. Like this was one that needed reinvention, and they reinvented it as a slasher movie, less of a psychological movie. And where would you put this? Because I don't feel okay putting it in With or Without You.
I'm putting it in With or Without You just because there are better movies in the series. There are at least 2 more better movies in the series than the original.
I would 100% agree with. I think yes. Like, is it an important movie? Is it the first one that got there? For sure. But there is a 20-minute subplot that's just Chucky talking to a voodoo character that is punishing and just destroys the pacing of this movie.
Okay, you convinced me. Let's put it in With or Without You. You're right.
I wouldn't put it lower than that. Like, I think there is some really rough movies that have come out in some of these franchises, but I think right there in the With or Without You category is definitely appropriate. So let's see. What is the next big franchise that we're going to throw in here? Oh, I don't know. How about a little motherfucker named Jason, who doesn't appear in this movie until the very end? But I mean, Friday the 13th.
We know that you wouldn't die in the beginning of Scream because you know that Jason doesn't show up until the second one.
Yeah, I would have survived. Although Scream was the first slasher movie I saw, so that would have been where I learned that information.
Shit.
I'm also realizing that we probably could have thrown the Scream movies in this, and I'm surprised we did.
We still can.
John, we can't, Matt, because I have an opinion. I have an opinion on the Scream movies for sure.
Okay. I'll you guys talk this out real quick, and I'll get the images that I need for that real fast.
I'm putting this in Just Like Heaven. What do you think?
Agreed. It's not the best Friday the 13th movie, but it is the one that set the ground, and it doesn't have that 20-minute voodoo sequence. So, let's put it there. And plus, the twist is really good. Like, I think that the twist is, I think it had a lot of people, shocked that, did everything that a horror movie should do, and then at the end, it has that jump scare.
Yeah, I agree with you. While this isn't the first Friday the 13th movie I would want to put on, it's far from the worst, and it is an enjoyable movie. I think that, at the time that this came out, slasher movies got just wrecked in the film review world, and I feel like Friday the 13th specifically is one that is quite unjustly trashed, because I think that it was a lot more creative than it got credit for. So we're going to throw in this guy here, and then this is going to come with an important caveat. So we've got Hellraiser here. Oh, no. There we go. We got Hellraiser here. So Scott and I talked this out. And because there's about 17 Hellraiser movies that are all straight to DVD trash, we're going to stick with this, and for the most part, the movies that we're discussing had some type of theatric release. So,
right, because when we get to Puppet Master, when I saw that Puppet Master was going to be on this list, I was like, oh, hell no, we're not going down that road. Puppet Master has put up some straight trash. You're going to need to talk to your buddy Charles Band about that one, Matt, next time we go to Comic-Con.
So people are already saying that they think this one should go into the Simply the Best category. I definitely think it shouldn't ever be lower than Just Like Heaven. I think it is a very well-made movie.
I agree.
Now, I'll tell you, Megan and I just watched about half of it a couple days ago, and it's a great fucking movie, right? But I don't think it's the best Hellraiser. Because I think the pacing of this movie isn't a slasher pacing. It's a kind of a haunted house pacer. Yeah. And so I would put this at Just Like Heaven because the effects are fantastic. The Cenobites look so good. The acting is fantastic. I think it's a great directorial debut, but I just can't put it at Simply the Best. I would put it at Just Like Heaven.
Matt, I'm gonna stick with Scott on this one. If not for that character design and just how creative Clive Barker is, I don't know what kind of movie you actually get. And if we're ranking slasher movies, Scott's got a good point.
All right, and I'll agree to that. I do love that movie. I think that as far as, and this is something that you and I have talked about with a lot of things, Jonathan, but someone just coming out of the gate, first film with a very unique concept, unique style, just making a bold statement. Now, unfortunately, I don't think Clive Barker ever hit the heights of that first movie ever again.
Never again.
but he talk about making an entrance. All right, so John name dropped this one, so let's just throw in that first Puppet Master movie.
It's
I'm not. This isn't going in Simply the Best.
No.
It probably doesn't even deserve to be in Just Like Heaven, but I feel like I can't,
because it's not a bad movie. It's just not like a very cohesive rewatch movie. I think it's the first one that we can put.
It's
exactly.
I am
it's
only,
a clip movie.
Yeah, I'm only going to concede to that because there are two other ones that are definitely
2 and 3 are much better movies. So yeah.
I'm fine with that. We'll toss this bad boy into another one bites the dust. So
not looking good for Reanimated Toys. on this list.
No. So here's one that I will fight tooth and nail. This bad boy is. Oh no. Some of these are.
That's simply the best.
Yeah. No. 100%. There's. I would now, Jonathan. I want to talk to you about this a little bit because, like, to me, this is. I've said a million times. This is the best horror film ever made. I love this movie.
Right.
Now,
and I give it to one that I give that title to one that's not a slasher movie. I give that to Not a Living Dead,
which is a very fair call.
Yeah.
Now, the question that I have is, like, watching it as a kid in Pennsylvania, I'm curious if this movie hits differently growing up so close to where it was shot.
Oh my God, you had to drive past this house. You had to like beg people to drive past like where the house was, and there was always today with like the internet we know where the house is, but in like the late 80s, early 90s, you don't really know where the house is, but you just have like rumors, and it's not really something that you can research. There wasn't even MapQuest or any of that in the late 80s, early 90s, but you'd get together in middle school and you would talk about where you thought the house was, and people would claim that they'd seen it down some ranch road somewhere. And you would try and get together when people started driving and find the house. It also is a movie that makes you physically ill, which is why I give best horror movie of all time to Night of the Living Dead, because it makes me physically ill. This is another one that makes you physically ill. So I think someone called it in the comments. Let's throw that up there. That's an easy one.
That might be the easiest one we do all
Super
day.
easy one. No, I mean, that Nightmare on Elm Street went in there real fast.
That is true, too. John, while I'm pulling up this next one, someone had a good question, which I'm just going to say, if you have fun doing with this with us tonight, this should be a Geekscape episode one day. But on what holiday do you rank the Jean-Claude Van Damme movies?
You'd have to look at Belgian holidays, I think. You'd have to see like what Belgian holiday would be appropriate for Jean-Claude Van Damme movies. But I got to tell you, sitting with you and Scott doing this, I have one of my favorite genres in horror is the critter genre.
Yeah.
If you want to put Gremlins in there, obviously. anybody who's a longtime horror movie night fan knows that I'm a big fan of Gremlins, and so I mean Matt was on Geekscape this past week, and he even got a female Gremlin shout out from one of our characters on Geekscape. But I would love to have obviously Ghoulies and
just
Gremlins,
like the Gremlins, the tiny critter, the killer critters movie.
Dude, that would be an amazing tier list.
Let's put Munchies in there. Let's put all these little foam monster things in there. Let's let it rip.
So, John, you threw out that there's a controversial statement, and I'm curious because to me, Scream is easy entry into the simply the best category. But I have a feeling that you're trying to say otherwise, or are you just talking about the other sequels?
I'm saying that the other sequels might. I think that we'll get to the fourth one, because I think the fourth one was like a really creative fourth movie, because it came so late after the franchise was basically gone and nobody was thinking about Scream movies anymore. He has the cojones to go and make Scream 4, and he made it as fresh as I feel like the other ones were. And I don't feel 2 or 3 get tired.
Than Scream 3.
Yeah, I just don't feel like it like 2 and 3 get tired either. Like the Scream movies are all really high quality. So, and the series was high quality. I'm just like,
buddy,
into
when
it.
was the last time you watched Scream 3?
Yeah, Scream 3.
There's a reason there wasn't an immediate Scream 4. But I thought Scream 2 was floating creative. But Scream 1, I want to put it in simply the best, but it's you guys are the hardcores.
I mean, I know the same way that Scott says like how much Freddy kind of changed the game for him. That's Scream. I wouldn't be hosting the show if Scream didn't exist. Scream is a huge influence on me really diving into horror movies. I gotta put it in the simply the best category.
It's hardcore. Heidi and I were talking about Scream the other night, and it's just so that first scene when she starts calling for her mommy, and you're just like, nope, this is too much. It's like, what a freaking meat hook in your chest on that scene. And I'm old enough to have seen it in theaters in high school, and just thinking that it was like such a holy shit jaw-dropping movie. That first scene especially.
So now that we've gotten the main tier, we've got all the main ones on the list.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's time. I'm going to throw that up there. Now we're just going to go buck wild. I'm just going to go in the order that the folder that these are in, place them.
Matt, if there's one thing that I've known about you for the last 15 years is that your like go-to status is buck wild. Nothing describes Matt Kelly like just off the cuff, not overthinking it, just no neuroses, just buck wild. There's no way he's wearing pants right now. Matt Kelly wasn't your nickname in college Raw Dog? Like you're just a buck wild kind of dude.
Oh yeah. So now that that's over,
please go buck wild. Don't let us stop you.
Please stop. Please.
Hey, Jonathan, do you want to be part of the live stream? Yes. Can we just do a Geekscape roast? I like these tier makers and all, but like, let's just put me in the natural element where it's just burning all of my friends to the point where several of them aren't my friends anymore. And let's just put me in my natural element of just roasting people.
So
I don't think that you can roast Matt to the point of him not wanting to be your friend.
Because his self-esteem is so low. Like, come on. Scott.
All right, so focus back on here. Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2, Freddy's Revenge. Many years ago, I would have been tossing this in Another One Bites the Dust or Bad, but my appreciation for this movie has grown over the years. As much as I like it, and I do appreciate this movie, I also feel like Just Like Heaven might be pushing it. Like, I feel like this is a with or without you.
It really is.
Yeah.
And that's being generous with it because I think that
it's
a really good movie.
Oh, you were going to...
special effects. What were you going to say, John?
Well, I think Scott was about to say why I was going to put it on Another One Bites the Dust. And a lot of that is just because it comes on the heels of one of the best horror movies of all time. And as a sequel, it's like the Legend of Zelda 2. It's kind of like... It's like, what the fuck is this? Like Super Mario 2. You know what I mean? Like,
no, you can't say Super Mario 2 because Super Mario 2 is a phenomenal video game.
I know, but it's also Toki Toki Panic, and it's not really a Mario game. Like watching Nightmare on Elm Street 2, you're like, this is like when Nintendo had to make sequels to Zelda and Mario, and they just found some rando ass game that was already in development and slapped the characters into them, and you end up with like Zelda 2 and Mario 2, and you're like, wait, this is a complete almost different change. And with this one, I really love that scene with the bus at the beginning, and I love the tongue phone. But oh no, that was the first one.
That's the first one.
I think this one I just like the bus scene. This one,
the bus scene's great. I think that the Freddy through the chest scene is really great.
I feel like it's a good third act.
And there's the eye in the middle of his throat. I mean, there are a lot of cool special effects in this movie. If that's what we're really, I mean,
that's
that's
why
how
I'm arguing with or without you.
Like,
okay,
yeah,
I would argue with or without you because it's like all the things that you're saying, John, like totally makes sense. But there's also a part of me that like, so like your example, the flaw in your example is that. Nintendo, I almost said Nickelodeon. Nintendo actively just grabbed some other script essentially and slapped characters in it. But like the pure balls to just be like, fuck it. Like this is what we're gonna do as a sequel is like kind of admirable to me.
Yeah, it's not, I think a better equivalent to my Nintendo metaphor would be Season of the Witch.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's got that Season of the Witch fuck it vibe.
Yeah.
We didn't even put any of the Halloweens in this, Matt.
No, we didn't. But we already did I think we did our Halloween rankings last Halloween, so I feel like that's totally fine.
Then you gotta put Halloween 3 and Simply the Best because Atkins takes his shirt off and he's nothing but 80s hair.
I'm gonna take his pants off and see what kind of merkin he's got on.
Oh yeah. I like that.
So random shuffling here gave us another Nightmare on Elm Street, Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4, The Dream Master. This is a tough one for me because I won't lie, I've been thinking about picking this for horror movie night, possibly next year, because I feel like it has the best Freddy kill of all time with the cockroach death.
Hell yeah.
Like that cockroach death is incredible.
When that ooze comes out of his hand.
Yeah, but the problem is that the rest of this movie, like this is also the movie in which they ran out of budget and someone just gets killed in a karate dojo by an invisible Freddy because
Don't be rude. The motorcycle sequence, is that one in this one?
That's
this is
five. That's 5.
Yeah.
So which one? So this is not the one Rennie Harlan did. Rennie Harlan did this one,
yeah,
right?
Rennie Harlan did this one, yeah.
And I thought it was the one where the dude falls asleep on his motorcycle. That is the beginning of part 5 because that's the guy who survives this one. Am I right on this one, Matt?
You're close enough. You're in a ballpark.
Okay. I'm gonna need to, this is why I'm gonna go ahead and agree with Logan on Just Like Heaven, because you start out and you had several Dream Warriors survive number 3, and then at the beginning of this one, you have Yaphet Kotto come out and be like, the dude who looks like Yaphet Kotto come out and be like, Kruger, you pussy! And you also have a dog piss fire. So
you know what? I was gonna fight with you about this and say that it's a with or without you, but a dog piss fire to resurrect Freddy is ridiculous enough for me to consider this.
And plus, you can't not watch that scene without going, Kruger, you pussy!
So Scott, I'm throwing this on you.
It was awesome.
You're talking about a totally different movie with the deaf kid with the ear.
That's
part 6. That's part 6. You're all over the board, John.
I'm all over the board. Let's put it on the board.
So John's saying Just Like Heaven. I'd be content with or without you. But I could be convinced to Just Like Heaven if you. Where do you want to put this, Scott? You're the tiebreaker here.
Roger, you say.
See, here's the thing. I was gonna put it with or without you because the death senator, okay, you know, like aside from the cockroach, nothing really stands out. 4 and 5, I feel like their plots are just mediocre. I would put them both in with or without you personally.
I've got you're being generous to 5. I've got some plans for part 5 over here.
Well, the part 5 has that
which one had
motorcycle
Super
death.
Freddy? Was Super Freddy?
Here's the thing: is that
That's
part
6.
5, the motorcycle death in part 5 is not as good as it could have been, because we got to see, like, if you watch Never Sleep Again, they've reconstructed some of that scene, and it's so
horrific.
much better. It's so much better. But I think that you're right that it might be Another One Bites the Dust for 5, but I wouldn't put it down all the way in what's the bad? I wouldn't put it bad.
So with or without you?
Yeah. Oh, no,
yeah.
Cuidado.
I think that Matt really fucked up by using this tier maker. I applaud his efforts, but I think
I'm using it's not tier maker. I'm using Microsoft Word with the tier maker in here to
what you can do is go ahead and left click that tier maker or right click it and see if you can lock that level. No, on the actual graphic. And see if you can have the drop down menu open up under your mouse.
I'm trying. It's not, whatever. We'll get through it. Whatever.
Sure. Okay.
Next up, and this is one that I feel like could build a bit of a debate. Bride of Chucky.
No, it's fun.
I love it. I love it. I would say Just Like Heaven for me.
Yep.
Now, Scott, I feel like, have you watched this? I
watched the intro last week, and then I was like, I'm not really in the mood.
I haven't watched the intro in the last 20 years, but I just remember it being a fun comic book movie.
Yeah,
and that director had a ton of movies coming out after this. Like he was in like that Jet Li movie where he had to fight clones of himself. Like horror movies used to be like a great way to start a directing career that wasn't a horror movie directing career. And
I for me, like this movie, I remember. Now, do I think that this movie is still as good as I did as a child? And I probably have the nostalgia glasses on. But I remember this movie being really, really funny. It was super meta. It was really like the first time they let Chucky break the fourth wall. So it was really vibing off of that Scream influence that was happening at that time. Because I remember, I remember specifically him killing John Ritter by shooting a series of nails into his face. And then as he drops to the ground, Chucky looks at him like very confused. He's like, why does this remind me of something? Like it was like little jokes and like
Chucky
winks and nods.
Before Deadpool.
Yeah, it was Chucky turns into Deadpool. He became the Deadpool of the horror genre. But if Scott's not vibing on Just Like Heaven, I'm content with or without you on this one.
I am too,
but I won't put it lower than that.
But no I am way. Too, but only because I haven't seen this movie in 20 years, so I can't defend it. Hey, Jonathan used to work at Blockbuster in high school. I used to work at Blockbuster in high school. That's when I watched most of these movies, the repeat viewings, and that's been 20 years plus.
All right. Next random generated one is Freddy's Dead: The Final Nightmare.
This is a tough one. I'm gonna have to go Just Like Heaven with this one.
I fucking love this movie, and I feel like so many people shit on this movie. John, this was the one. I'll remind you right now because I see that look in your eye. This is the deaf kid with the hearing aid. This is Breckenmeyer getting sucked into a video game and Freddy pulling out the controller. Yep. This is Roseanne Barr cameo with her actual husband. It is
Tom Arnold.
It is written and directed by a woman who worked with John Waters and wanted to make a John Waters-like horror movie, and I think that she knocked it out of the park. Alice Cooper playing Freddy's father is brilliant casting.
I mean, I saw this movie. I saw most of these movies, the Freddy movies, in theaters. This is not. Is this the three? This is not the.
This is the 3D ending. Yeah.
I saw that shit in the fucking ghoulies at the end that are flying in and out of his head. I'm trying to grab them in the movie theater. Put this shit. You're trying to keep me from putting this in Simply the Best. Let's throw in Just Like Heaven right now.
All right.
That's an easy. You know, Matt, when you start refreshing me on that, it's like that movie's awesome.
Did we do an episode on Freddy's Dead, Matt?
We did. It was a live. It was a live episode that we did. I forget who was with us on that one, but it was fun. Friday the 13th, Part 2.
Hey, check out my sweet creepy co. Can you see the shirt that I'm wearing? It's got the mom.
That is fun.
Creepy Co. 2019.
Where do y'all stand on this one? Because I just think of this as Baghead tripping over a chair, Jason.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Most of the Friday the 13th are gonna go in Another One Bites the Dust for me.
I don't hate this one, but I also don't have a passionate love for it. I'm content with this going in with or without you, because Because, like, here's the thing with this one. This is the arguments that I'll make for this. Because I agree with you. The Baghead Jason, whatever. We've seen the Baghead Killer in Town That Dreaded Sundown. But it does have two kills specifically that always stick out as, like, absolute classics. The machete in the face of the kid in the wheelchair as his body then rolls down the staircase. And then the spearing the couple through the bed as they're making
fornicate.
Love. Fornicate
as they get to fucking.
So like
they're going buck wild, Matt. You know about
they are going buck wild. Yeah. So like those are my only two reasons to put it in with or without you, but those aren't strong arguments. So if you guys are leaning into Another One Bites the Dust, I can
One Bites the Dust, man.
That. All right, I tried.
The body count continues with that one.
Get ready to put a lot of Friday the 13th down in that shit.
Yeah, they started churning these out once a year. Like these are like
they pulled off. So when I was looking up trivia questions, 8 of them in the 80s. 8 Friday the 13th movies came out in the 80s.
1980, 81, 83, 84, right?
85, 86, and 88.
Now
they missed
88,
yeah, they missed 2 and 7. All right,
did the Saw franchise not do that during the 2000s?
That's the touche. So here we go with Scream 2. I think that when this movie first came out, it got a lot of hate for just not being Scream. But the more that I watch it, the more that I think it is a very good movie. I will not throw a hissy fit if it ends up in the with or without you category, but I do think that it's deserving of the Just Like Heaven category.
Yeah, and I think that they really commented on the sequel. I like the opening with Jada Pinkett Smith in the bathroom in the theater and all that stuff. I think it's fun.
Oh man, Is she the one that gets stabbed in the cheek, or is it her boyfriend?
Boyfriend.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a brutal kill.
So I think, and then the reveal at the end of the theater. I think this is, in the actual school theater. I think this is a fun one. I'm with you though, Matt. It's going to go on With or Without You, and we're going to mention that Less Than Jake song on the soundtrack.
I Think I Love You. A beautiful. Wait, so it doesn't have to go in With or Without You. I mean,
I'm voting for With or Without You.
Yeah.
Okay.
John, are you voting With or Without You?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because I got something else from the series that's going to go in Just Like Heaven. That's why I'm putting it in With or Without You.
Okay, fair enough.
Thinking strategically.
Okay, I can accept that. I mean, two movies can both be from Just Like Heaven in the same franchise, but whatever. Final chapter, part 4, the one where they killed Jason.
Yeah, this is where he falls out of the barn onto the.
No, that's part 3.
No,
this is the one with Corey Feldman hacking.
The psychic powers.
Yeah. No. You're jumping all over the place.
I'm jumping to 6, aren't I?
You're jumping to 7.
7.
Final chapter is young Corey Feldman just right in the cheek with the machete, and then he falls and it slides slowly down the machete with the tongue coming out of his. The kill is fantastic. The rest of the movie is just okay to me. Like this one, I know people who think this is like the top of like the Friday the 13th chain, and I mean,
that's 5. Let's go ahead and put it in Another One Bites the Dust.
Yeah, I'm with John. Like I said, most of this series is going to go in Another One Bites the Dust because they're just not memorable. Like I can barely remember what kills are where.
Yeah, I mean, the most that I would argue for that one would have been With or Without You, so I'm not going to throw any big fight in there. Now, let's talk about some real shit.
Oh no, this is where
Puppet Master 2.
Hell yeah!
I'm
putting that in Just Like Heaven.
Just Like
I'm
Heaven.
right there with you.
We sent it there with a bullet, baby.
This is so. There's
only no Puppet Master is gonna go in Simply the Best. So the best you're gonna get is
that's as high as it's gonna go.
Second tier.
Dude, just part 2 of Puppet Master is so fucking fun. One second.
We gotta find out. We gotta find out.
This is what we're here for, buddy. Pain.
So we're bouncing this with following up that with Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Next Generation.
Oh, simply
That
the
one.
best because you got 2 Oscar winners. You got just based on like critical
A North by Northwest reference.
Come on, that is 2 Oscar winners, Matthew.
This is the first one that I am. This is the first one I'm really content.
Anything with you? Do these awards for Hollywood gives themselves credit for doing their jobs?
I'm putting this. This is going right into bad.
BAD, bitch.
That movie is terrible. And Renee Zellweger, when she was playing, help me out. She did a biopic like a year or 2 ago on Judy Garland, and she had to answer this movie in all the interviews. And you know what? It is what it is. You're just trying to make it in Austin, Texas, and you end up making some movies just to pay the rent.
So Scott, real quick, turn around.
Motherfucker!
Love Kyle. So
and don't forget Dennis Hopper is in.
Oh no, he's in a different one. He's in a different one.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm telling you, this franchise has some cred.
So this is the only Nightmare on Elm Street movie that's not the remake that I would consider putting in the bad category. I think that this movie is almost unwatchable. I think that the edits, all of the changes, the MPAA interfering with it, just make like the plot barely makes sense. I believe the concept is that Freddy can attack you in the real world if the baby is dreaming. I think that's the premise of this movie. And that's
5 is bad. 5 goes to bad. 5 is fucking garbage.
It is.
I think it's a boring movie.
Yeah, it's just
that's
not
the
good.
worst thing that can happen if you're to make a horror movie, dude.
And it's even more impressive to be a boring movie with Freddy Krueger, where it's like the main thing is that they're interesting kills, no matter how bad the concept is.
I think
yeah,
the Nightmare on Elm Street movie is a movie that I would probably cut off a finger to direct. I think that's like it's my favorite horror franchise, and I would cut off a finger to direct a movie like that.
So here's one that I think is worthy of throwing around some discussions, because I could see it landing in one of two categories. Scream 3.
Now, y'all said that it was a bit of. I haven't seen it in a long time. And this is one that you said was a franchise almost killer.
Yeah, I would say Another One Bites the Dust.
I wish Brian was here.
Yeah, I don't think that it's at the level of bad that Next Generation and Dream Child are.
It's fucking unwatchable. It is so incredibly misogynistic. John, you don't know.
Unlike most of this entire genre.
No, like listen, we had to rewatch this shit. Brian picked this fucking shit when we had oh goddamn
Brett Simmons.
Brett Simmons. I was forgetting his last name. Brett Simmons on promoting You Might Be the Killer. And Brian was like, oh, this is gonna be awesome. And then we watch it and Brian comes on and he's like, so that was a mistake. This movie's garbage. And you know how many bad movies Brian's picked? Basically 99% of the movies he picks are fucking terrible. And he apologized for this one.
As the head of Geekscape, like, do we have to make a change? Like, is there like a personnel change that we need to make? Logan, what do you do most of the days? Like,
no. Brian has to atone for his sin.
Brian is here for a reason. He knows how to say one funny line every episode, and that's really all we need.
Do our best of year fucking 5. This motherfucker, like Megan and I listened to it on the Alexa, and goddamn, it's basically just Brian. Brian's a zinger in human form.
Okay, Logan, if you can get 2 funny lines in an episode, you're in. Okay, buddy? Start working on the gift of gab, okay? I'll make an executive decision.
Here's I can't make a strong argument for this not going in bad, but going into Another One Bites the Dust. But there is one, and this is the thing, if you re-listen to that episode, the biggest argument that we have against this movie is interesting concepts that are completely done incorrectly. And there is one scene in this movie that I think is among the best scenes in any Scream film, and it's Neve Campbell walking around the movie set of her childhood bedroom is such a great sequence. It's such a great moment, and I think that it's a strong enough moment to put it just above Dream Child and Next Gen, which I think have no redeeming qualities at all amongst them.
But
Matt just reminded me what happens in this movie by saying that sequence. I'm like, all right.
But here's my repost to Matt.
James
Courtney Cox's bangs.
Oh yeah.
So it's going bad, dude.
Creed song.
All right.
2 Creed songs, right?
Yeah, 2 Creed songs on the soundtrack. All right, all right, here's one that I'm telling you right now before I drop this, I'm fighting for this one to go in simply the best. Child's Play 2.
No.
Yeah. Why are you fighting?
Because Scott said no.
Yeah, I think I might be with Scott.
Nah, I mean, it's good.
Matt, explain this one to me again. This is
I think that
paintball one, right?
I think that for what this movie is, it succeeds in ways that it absolutely has no business in doing. I'm going to throw around one of my favorite phrases. It's blissfully short. It is a quick 77 minutes, and it gets straight to the point. It hits all of the beats that I want. It hits all of the good beats of Child's Play, hits none of the bad beats of Child's Play, has probably the most impressive animatronic Chucky doll, has some really great gore, has some really great kills, has some great scares. Now, obviously, we're looking at the stuff that's in the simply the best category, and they are all like genre-defining movies, and I get that. But we got to get one or two sequels in there so that it's not just only the first one deserving of
Dream Warriors will show up soon enough.
Dream Warriors did not go in there, Matt. Why do we have to force Child's Play 2 in there if it belongs in Just Like Heaven?
All right, actually, I can't argue with Tom. I can't argue with Tom's argument. Tom's argument is what convinced me. Because this is better than Hellraiser is pure insanity.
Yeah, this can still be the defining Child's Play movie, but I didn't know who thinks that Child's Play is on par with the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise in the first place. Nobody.
That's true. All right, so we got a lot of Child's Play coming up in this random generation.
This is the paintball one.
This is the paintball one.
No, that movie fucking sucks.
Yeah, I'm putting this one in Another One Bites the Dust. We just did an episode on it, and we got a great episode out of it, but it is not a good movie. And the haircut scene is pretty fucking dope, though.
Yeah, I'm not even going to fight with that one. So, John, I don't know if you've seen either one of these. So here we go. But Cult of Chucky came out just a couple of years ago. Yeah,
I didn't see it. Here's the thing. For those of y'all who watch and listen to Horror Movie Night, sometimes I get the solicitations because some people just blindly send them to contact@geekscape.net, and I'll forward them to Scott and Matt if it's horror. And this is one that came into my inbox, and sometimes I think Matt and Scott get them directly now as well. But I got this one in my inbox. I think just immediately forwarded it to you. I didn't want any part of it.
But then you hype us up, you gas us up with the new Puppet Master.
That movie was tight.
That movie was fantastic.
Had Thomas Lennon in it, dog.
Yeah. So Cult of Chucky,
fucking awful.
Oh no, it's great. It's we've said it before. It's the most rewatchable Puppet Master movie.
The new one with Thomas Lennon. There's a one after it.
Okay.
No,
I'm
dude,
talking about the Thomas
Lennon
one.
Littlest Reich. We're talking like the new one.
Littlest
Reich is great.
I watched Littlest Reich. I watched Littlest Reich, and I think we're completely working on different standards of entertainment.
Littlest Reich is fucking fun, dude.
Little is wrong.
So I'm gonna quote Brian. I think this episode came out. Maybe it hasn't yet, but I'm gonna quote Brian because he summed it up beautifully, which is, if you can't watch a decapitated body piss on its own decapitated head that's sitting in a toilet, then I don't want to be friends with you, because that's fucking brilliance.
Logan did call it Blade the Iron Cross. I think that's the one I thought was straight trash.
That's the one that you sent to us, and you were like, dude, this looks tight. And we're like, I didn't even respond to you.
Listen, if John says, you have to understand, if John says this looks tight or looks pretty badass to me, it means that it is trash.
Dude, I've known John for how long, and you're just telling me this?
Yeah, Scott, we have shorthand, Matt and I, that goes back over a decade. And I thought you'd pick up on that because whenever I posted the Horror Movie Night Facebook group, which you should all be a part of because you're watching this right now, unless you're on YouTube, I've been posting "this looks fucking tight, this looks badass" all the time. I don't mean it for a second. It usually means that I think this looks like trash. You will probably enjoy it. So that's shorthand. That's straight up code.
So Cult of Chucky, it's definitely badass. Better. It's better than Child's Play 3. I could be all right with it being in Another One Bites the Dust, but I want to put it with or without you because it introduces what is such a cool concept of Charles Lee Ray being able to possess multiple Chucky dolls simultaneously and create like a hive mind army.
That's absolutely something that they should have brought into the concept of the mythos beforehand. Like, it should have shown up in 3. Like, when we did our discussion of 3, I was expecting that to happen, not remembering that happened in Cult of Chucky because I watched this movie once. But I don't think that that's like enough to make this movie in With or Without You. And so I am heavily pushing for it to be in Another One Bites the Dust because it's not unwatchable, but it's definitely not something that I would seek out to rewatch anytime soon.
I'll agree with you because I also only watched it once, and I'm just remembering that I was like, oh, that was fine, but I didn't think like, man, I got to watch that again.
Child's Play and do it good, man. Like,
now this one, Curse of Chucky, I will defend. I think that Curse of Chucky.
This wasn't just like heaven for me.
Yeah, this is such a good movie. It is just a simple, low-budget gothic horror film. Just going back to the basics. Chucky doll, loose inside of a mansion, and just it touches on. You're gonna laugh at me when I say this, John, but it touches on a very Hitchcock type concept of a invalid woman living alone in a mansion with a killer doll trying to get her and no one believing her. And it is such like touching in
the healthcare industry and the status, the fact that this woman that's in a wheelchair doesn't have any caretakers. I'm in.
Yeah.
Also, that invalid woman is it's
Brad Dourif's daughter.
Brad Dourif's daughter. Yeah, not wife.
No, Matt, you just put that in the second tier. Is that?
Yeah, just like heaven, bro. That's what I said.
Just like heaven. Okay. It's a damn, to quote a TV show, it's a damn fine movie.
Come on, John.
No, I'm just looking at. I mean, that's high for a Chucky movie.
Show me how you do that trick. Scream 4. Just like heaven.
Yeah.
Not as good as the first, but it is just almost as good in my opinion.
I was gonna argue for With or Without You, but just the fact that he redid, he came back almost 20 years later to do this is like that's a ballsy, and he did it well.
And I think, unless I'm incorrect, I'm pretty sure this is the last Wes Craven movie.
It was.
That sounds right.
There's that one where the dude had like the hook, and that one stunk. Remember that one, the Hitcher, or not the Hitcher? There's one where the dude had a meat hook, and he was wearing a giant. It was like I think Scream 4 might have been the last Wes Craven movie. I feel like he did another one immediately before that or after that felt like the film equivalent of an old guy trying to scare a bunch of millennials. It wasn't going to happen.
Are you talking about My Soul to Take? Because that was really fucking bad. But
I'm talking about My Soul to Take. That movie is garbage, as the French would call it.
Yeah, but I'm content with this in Just Like Heaven. So here's one worth talking about: Freddy versus Jason.
I was wondering if you're going to bring this in here because I was gonna insist that this goes in here because I didn't see it on Scott's list that he emailed us. I don't believe, but it needed.
Oh, really? I'm pretty sure it's on there.
It
was the Friday the 13th movies.
We need to talk about this movie. I think is fantastic. I think it's so much fun.
See, I would say
I'm
that
I put this at a with or Nobody Bites the Dust because it's not completely unwatchable, but the CGI really makes it difficult for me.
Don't be rude.
I was going to say I would toss it in With or Without You. I think that they had an impossible task, right? They had the impossible task of living up to like almost a decade.
What everybody wanted.
Yeah, what everybody wanted. And I think that they did a decent enough job with what they wanted, and it's got some memorable kills, but I just don't think it's that good of a movie. Like
I've seen it once.
Oh no.
I saw it when it came out.
Now, John,
no. I have it on my home video.
Yeah, I was gonna say because I feel like if I had saw this, one of my regrets is that I didn't see this in theaters because I'm sure that it was a blast to see in theaters, but
there was that rumor that you don't know which ending you're gonna get.
Yeah,
like when they released it in theaters, there was that rumor, and I think that Matt, that is the right place to put it because I was gonna go for Just Like Heaven, but I think so much of that is just my own nostalgia factor from living my entire life wanting to see that movie, and then I actually got to see it, so I think I was pretty hopped up on adrenaline when I saw it because it's literally the movie we all wanted to see for 30 plus years, and we got to see it. There was that rumor that they had different endings going to various theaters, and then of course, Jeff Katz at New Line tried to get. I mean, he worked his ass off to get that movie made, and sadly, New Line was, of course, the house that Freddie built, and it put out the Lord of the Rings movies, and New Line was such an awesome movie destroyed by the Golden Compass investment because they thought they had another Lord of the Rings franchise on them. But Jeff Katz at New Line had a sequel to Freddy vs. Jason in the works that ended up coming out as a comic book series because it didn't end up happening as a movie. And y'all all know, I hope, that it was Freddy versus Jason versus Ash.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the comic book's fun. He wrote the comic book. It is a fun it is a fun comic. But damn, did we want to see Freddy versus Jason versus Ash? I think for the same reason. It probably may not have been a good movie, but we just want to see it. And and they kill a Destiny's Child character. I would have put it in Just Like Heaven. Scott puts it in Another One Bites the Dust. Matt puts it With or Without You. I think the law of averages keeps it there.
Yeah. So here's one that I have found to be one of the most divisive movies in this entire franchise.
Okay.
I think that this movie is boring as shit. And I think that people immediately jump to, well, you have to like it because it's where he gets his hockey mask. And like, like, that is not a good enough
Is
reason.
this the Crispin Glover dance scene too?
No. We'll get to the Crispin Glover dancing sequence was in part 4. We already waltzed right past it. But this is the one. This is Scott. Let me put you in a time machine when we did our first ever live stream movie marathon, and this was the Friday the 13th movie we picked, and we just sat in silence because we had nothing to say.
I agree with you.
Right.
I think people like this one because it's where Jason gets his mask, but other than that, it's not a really good movie. And Logan wants to throw it right into bad.
I put it in
does
bad
the
too.
fact, does the fact that he gets a? I mean, dude, how did this franchise survive 2 and 3?
Yeah, 3 really should have been the killer. You're right.
Yeah, I'm fine with that going in bad because I think that there's going to be at least one more that finds its way into bed. I don't know because I have some weird hot takes with the Friday the 13th
What
franchise.
a testament to like horror iconography, though, that this guy in a hockey mask carries a franchise that has this many duds.
Yeah. Oh, it's impressive.
It's so
It's
true.
insane.
Just wait
But
until we
it
get
has
some of the later movies too.
some winners too, and we are looking at it right here. Jason Lives, Friday the 13th, part 6.
This is the psychic powers one. This is the one.
No, that's New Blood.
No.
Is this the Paul Rudd one, Matthew?
Did you say the
Paul Rudd is
one?
in Halloween.
That's
6.
Halloween.
You
John,
got me. Guys, why am I here?
Oh,
the franchise that you didn't think was a slasher franchise you didn't put in here?
So this was, I'm just going to move right past that. This was, I would argue, we give Scream a lot of credit for meta horror, but Jason Lives got there first. Jason Lives just is so aware that it is the 6th part of a failing franchise. And they have so much fun with this movie. This is the one, John, where
you drag the person out with a sleeping bag.
No, this is
Damn
the
it,
one.
Matt. Is that 7?
That is 7. Yeah. This is
my vote for simply the best.
This is the one where Jason throws a person into a tree trunk and it leaves a bloody smiley face. This is the one where there's a group retreat having paintball. This is the one where they smash.
This is the one where the kid looks at the other kid and goes, "So what did you want to be when you grow up?"
There's a scene where a gravedigger is burying a dead body that's all rotted, and he goes, "Damn kids always digging up these bodies," and then looks straight down the camera at the audience and goes, "Some of y'all folks have a sick sense of entertainment." Like,
but is that the opening scene where he gets struck by lightning and it brings Jason back? Okay. I think I'm
simply the best for me.
I agree. I don't think that the Friday the 13th movies will ever hit the heights that this hits, and I think it's fitting that it's
5 yet, Matthew. But let's keep going.
I think it's fitting that it's right there next to Scream because I think that they are a perfect double feature. John, you've been thinking
about us?
What a mess. What a mess these movies are, because I'm putting kills in all other directions. I'm putting actors in different franchises. Like, what a mess.
So this is the one. This is the one you've been thinking it is for the longest time.
This is the shit. This is the shit. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. You shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. You shut the fuck up. Alice Cooper soundtrack. Let's get
That's
with that.
in part 6.
No. What about the wait? So
yeah, he's like they're banging in the RV
in the RV.
He's like,
yeah.
This is so
part 6 is the shit. Take this thing off the screen.
This
you know what? Part 6 is you guys got it right. Take this off the screen, Matthew. Take it off the screen. Yeah, when Kurt gets the knife in the side of his face and the girl gets her face through the back of the RV. Oh, part 6. Yeah, get this off the screen, Matthew. This ain't even right here too.
So New Blood. I know a lot of people who swear by this movie. Logan over here is saying that it's a Just Like Heaven pick.
Fuck no, Logan.
Could never get into this movie. I would say Another One Bites the Dust for me.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's not nice
bad because it is amusing.
Matt, be careful. I told you to lock down that layer, please. I'm glad. I'm glad you guys refreshed me on Friday the 13th Part 6. That movie's tight as hell.
Yeah, no, that's one worth watching many a time.
See, he's using his words wrong. It is legitimately tight instead of that's badass.
Yeah.
There's a tone thing though. Oh, this one with that dancing.
Me.
I'm gonna do that dance that the pop punk, the punk girl does, and she's like,
that's not in this one. That's in your pick. But
this one is when I think she's doing that dance in her room on the cruise ship.
No, I mean maybe she is, but you're thinking of a different dance. We will talk about that in just a second.
Okay.
But Jason Takes Manhattan. I mean, the only thing that this movie has got going for it that could possibly keep it out of the bad category is that it's almost so bad that it's entertaining. Yeah, like the boxing on the roof scene, like
it's pretty bad.
If I'm looking at where we rank these, like part 3 is bad because it is incredibly boring. But Jason Takes Manhattan has almost a charm in how bad it is, where I would say maybe Another One Bites the Dust. But there's no way in hell I'm putting this higher than Another One Bites the Dust.
Yeah, let's put it there. I
agree.
The stupid acid bath part at the end, like this.
Yeah, the acid running through the streets of New York City.
Vomits water too. That's pretty.
This is another one I saw in theaters, and no me gusta.
All right, now John, you've been waiting for this one.
I've been waiting for this, guys. And it goes, just put it in the top right now, Matt. Yeah, Matt, start another category above Simply the Best. I got to think of the song like that for that one, but like it's in its own category.
You're the best around from Karate Kid.
Let's go, because let me tell you straight up, like that porta potty scene. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. Hey, baby. You gonna get it, bitch. Every single one. Let me tell you something. I went running. I like to do the exercise, and these are people who do not watch horror movies. They're not as like these are different people. These are doctors and professional individuals. They don't sit around and talk about pop culture on the internet like we do. And after having me involved in my friend group for several years, they're all saying when they have to go to the bathroom, "Damn enchiladas." Like this morning,
that's your fault, though. That's not Friday the 13th.
You know what? You think that YouTube video didn't go to each and every single one of them? Like, I got to tell you, this morning, it's not even 6 a.m. We're sitting there freezing in Griffith Park, and one of my friends gets out of his car and goes, "I got some goddamn enchiladas." Does this movie also have the banana kill?
This has the banana kill. This movie,
come on, man, make a new category right now.
I will concede to putting this in Just Like Heaven. I think that as far as the Friday the 13th movies goes, this movie has been ran through the gutter by fans.
Matt, I know you're just putting it in that category because of me, and thank you. You're a good friend.
No, I legitimately, as I have watched this franchise over and over and over again.
He doesn't want to be a part of this.
That movie is so fucking fun, and it's like that's all I ask in a Friday the 13th movie is I just want to have fun. And as you can see on the way that we've ranked these, yeah.
Do you have a katana?
No.
So anyway,
dude,
I have 2 katanas.
Oh my God. You're such a terrible, terrible influence on Matt. You are an adult man.
Matt started a monologue, so I thought I'd distract him.
You are an adult man with 2 katanas. Matt is an adult man who's going to die buried under his DVD and Blu-rays. He needs a better role model.
No, he doesn't. He needs a role model, period.
All right. So while John's distracted with swords, Hellbound, Hellraiser 2. I do really enjoy this sequel. I don't think it belongs in Simply the Best.
It's Just Like Heaven. Because I think that the labyrinth scenes could be better. They look really cheap.
Yeah. But I do love the claymation. Claymation just does it for me. But the claymation worm creatures that come out of the one dude's hands. There's some really cool, innovative shit that happens.
Does he have nunchucks now?
Yeah.
It's amazing that he's ever felt the touch of a woman.
Why
am I surprised that the guy that runs a thing called Geekscape has a bunch of fucking mall ninja gear?
Oh no!
Is he getting his throwing stars and his katanas now? Oh, you bought that?
No, it was given to me.
It's a gift from the king of so-and-so.
So, Scott, do you want to defend? I know this is like your
It's real.
fucking shit.
It's real. Oh my
I
god!
I launched Subway sandwiches out of it. Anybody want a hoagie?
I want a T-shirt. Toss me a T-shirt, bro.
Okay.
I'm gonna put this one at With or Without You, just because this is a movie that is great for me, but I realize that it's not great for everyone.
I mean, yeah, at the highest I would give it With or Without You. At the lowest, I would give it Another One Bites the Dust. It's definitely not bad. It's not unwatchable. It is the less gasp of fresh air in this franchise before it just pummels down a cliff.
We stopped discussing. We're not going to discuss anything after Hellraiser 4. I hope that John has remembered that this is the last one in the series that we're.
According to your brief, I do.
Yeah. Let's so With or Without You, is that where we're going with this? I'll agree with that. Why not? It's got its moments. Let's move forward into the last of the Hellraisers. Hellraiser 3, Scott's personal favorite for just pure blasphemy.
It is my personal favorite.
So does it go in Just Like Heaven?
Yeah, it goes in Just Like Heaven for me. It's definitely not simply the best because it's not a good movie, but it is the most rewatchable of the Hellraisers, in my opinion. It's got
because
like
it kills.
The first and third acts are phenomenal. The middle is
I get
slow.
I get this in two mixed up.
This is the one with the boiler room, which is the name of that bar. The guy who gets the pillar. I think it's called what's it called? The Pillar of Salt or
something like it. Pinhead is stuck in a giant piece of cement like he's fucking Han Solo in Jabba's palace.
And they forces people this dude to kill for him. That brings him out into the real world. He's no longer kept in by the box and people opening the box. And then he goes on this killing spree with a bunch of Cenobites in this like industrial bar with all the fire in the background. And then he makes a bunch of Cenobites. So one guy is a cameraman, and so he's got like the telescoping camera in his eye. And another guy is the bartender, and he like can drink alcohol and blow flames on their seedy Cenobite. And then at the end, they all get sucked back into the box, and it's like the movie didn't exist.
Well, I feel like
it's amazing. It's such a bookend.
I'm good. I'm good without it.
All right.
Without you?
No.
So Scott,
Okay.
I want Without You.
He's gonna yell, then let's go ahead and negotiate with terrorists, I guess.
Well, you're the one with the fucking rocket launcher.
I use it to go to Subway. Open America. Yeah, just come on. You know where to put this one. You know where to put this one. This is a perfect movie.
I close my eyes, I realize.
This isn't Dungeons and Dragons, kid.
Yeah, you don't. I mean, that is the template for making a sequel to a horror film. 110%. It is you stick to familiarity, but you also raise the stakes of everything that we've seen up until that point. It is a flawless movie. So here's one that it's tough to figure out where I want to put this one because it almost feels like it doesn't belong in this list with the rest of these movies.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's Matt, would you call this meta?
I hate to tell you guys, but I'm putting this in simply the best strictly because it's the scariest Nightmare on Elm Street. You guys can argue and we come to a consensus.
No.
That's all I have to say about it.
I mean, I wouldn't put it any lower than Just Like Heaven, honestly. I just think that it's in the realm of like everything else that we're talking about, even the best movies that we've had in here, like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre and the first Nightmare on Elm Street and Scream. Like there's this element of schlockiness to them under the layer, but this is like the least schlocky movie ever. Like this is so dead serious. That
I want to make a film.
Yeah. And then he made Music of the Heart
after he did People Under the Stairs.
Music of the Heart. Yeah, and I went and saw David Lynch's Straight Story in theaters too, and that was a good one.
Now, I'll agree with this being simply the best. I really do think it is a brilliant sequel. Just again, like we said in a completely different way, like we were saying with Freddy's Revenge, just to the cojones to just do something so dramatically out of left field.
Or otherwise, you have the Friday 13th movies. You know what I mean? And
well, and that's why people. I mean, I'll never. Well, we can talk about it, but like, I'll never understand the love of Jason, because I do feel like, looking at our playing field, like, Jason so rarely hits the highs that Nightmare on Elm Street consistently hits. So Jason X, I think this movie's shit, and I know people love it. I think it's total shit.
Yeah, but do they love it the same way that people are like, yo, Leprechaun in the Hood? Because it's like, yo, dude, I'm the witty guy at the party.
Yeah.
Yo, you know what's title? What a fucking edgelord. Throw it in the trash.
This is. I was gonna say this is
bad.
Jason X being someone's favorite Friday the 13th movie is like the same person who's like, you know what my favorite Christmas movie is? Die Hard.
Die Hard is my favorite. I was gonna say the exact same thing, Matt.
Yeah,
like, fucking, hey, look how impressive it is. I don't know that Gremlins exists. Everybody who says Die Hard is their favorite Christmas movie, people have been saying that for 20 years. You're not original, and you're not going to get laid saying it. And second, everybody knows Gremlins exists, and so now you're just a fucking idiot. Stop saying Die Hard is your favorite Christmas movie. It's Gremlins. It will always be Gremlins. This movie's tight. Saw it in theaters.
Jonathan, run on sentence, London.
I would. So I know Jackie would back me up on this, but I would be content with this in the With or Without You. I know that's insanity. I'll also go with Another One Bites the Dust. I don't think that this is bad on the level that Jason X and Friday the 13th 3D is. And I'm going to say, same reason that we just talked about with Freddy's Revenge. It is a really crazy idea to take Jason and be like, but Jason's actually just this worm from hell that can just, like, anybody can just swallow it, and then they're like the new Jason. And
I hated it. This movie was super rapey.
I mean,
sorry.
Another One Bites. Yeah, Another One Bites the Dust.
I'm gonna put this. Another One Bites the Dust is the nicest I can say for it. And anybody watching, this is going to get completely disemboweled by me in a couple weeks on the main feed.
And there's a user on Facebook who says that his favorite movie is Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. I'm assuming it's a him because he's watching horror movie. But yeah, I'll go with Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. You can like that movie. That's an okay movie.
Shazam. I rewatched Shazam this Christmas. I was like, oh, and I like Shazam. It's not going to be one that I watch at Christmas. It's too long. It's not Christmas.
With Shaq?
No,
that's the one with Zach Levy
Shazam
that just came out.
Yeah. Oh, dude, Meg and I watched Shazam. That's a Christmas movie.
It takes place at Christmas. It's fantastic. And also, I'm just going to throw this out there. So, Ralph, you want to go to StreamYard.com/Facebook, and then you'll get things where it has your name and picture.
Yeah, it just says Facebook user. So, like, and you know how many Ralphs I know? I know so many Ralphs. He's like, it's Ralph, motherfuckers. I'm like, okay. Welcome to every truck stop in America. It's me, Brad. Okay.
It's me, your brother.
The bitches. You didn't recognize me? It's Rick. Okay, Sarah.
Puppet Master 3, Toulon's Revenge, the one with the Nazis. This one's also really fun.
Said about like an hour ago that this is the one that he thought that Puppet Master 2 had the Nazi titties, but no, Nazi boobs are in this movie.
Yeah, no, I didn't post that up there because I knew that he was wrong. But I didn't want to publicly call him out like that. But Scott, just throwing him under the bus. VHS Ralph.
I know Ralph.
That doesn't help, Ralph.
I know Ralph.
We know Ralph. He joined us for our episode.
I'm honestly just fucking with Ralph.
So Puppet Master 3, Logan saying simply the best. I think that's a little much. I would say that it's right there with Puppet Master 2 and Just Like Heaven. Just because Six Shooter is such a great puppet. Probably the one that is the least utilized, and it bums me out. Does anyone?
It's because his bullets are so small, Matt.
That's true. Anyone argue with that? Is anyone going to disagree with this going there?
I would put this in With or Without You just because I don't think it's as rewatchable as 2, but it's got nudity and it's got Nazis getting murdered. So it's a real toss-up. I think John needs to make the decision on if it goes in Just Like Heaven or not.
Let me see where the rest of these rankings are on the Puppet Masters. Is it as good as that second one?
I mean, like Torch. Torch is my favorite.
I bounce back and forth. I'm fine with it without you. I'm fine with it without you. It's a 3-star movie if we're gonna look at it in that lens.
It has the best Toulon.
Yeah.
Matt, how many 2-star movies for you though? Like you got a whole closet, like you got a whole shelf full of them behind you.
Yeah, he's gonna die underneath them one night.
I love how now he's being critical.
Whatever. I mean,
listen, but tonight
I want to make sure it's known. I'm being critical. We have not put a single poster up that isn't a movie that's somewhere on this shelf.
I know. He's like, I don't know about this. It's trash. I can't wait for Criterion to reissue it.
So, Seed of Chucky.
Criterion's gonna reissue fucking Seed of Chucky.
So, I mean, I'm not going to die on the hill. Brian says it best. Seed of Chucky is a great movie, except for the fact that it's a very bad Chucky movie. As far as like a meta takedown of Hollywood, it is very funny. It's very on the nose, but it is a terrible horror movie. I would say Another One Bites the Dust for me on this.
Okay. I'm saying bad.
Another One Bites the
dirty.
Matt, I know this was difficult for you, but throw it in there.
Where'd you go with it, John?
Another One Bites the Dust.
That's fine by me. I think that's fair. We got 2 for that.
That's
and
a
hey, Ralph Oppel just joined us. Hey, Ralph, thanks for.
Dude, there was this other guy on here pretending to be you. It was ridiculous.
It was insane.
I definitely thought that was a different Ralph. So sorry, Ralph. Apple.
Leatherface, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. The most controversial horror film ever is finally here. Bold statement on that poster.
No. I love how he's fucking dirty as shit, but his saw is super clean, and that's the thing he uses to hack people up.
It's because the Saw is family, dude.
The Saw is family. I mean, this movie to me is almost this movie is almost as bad as Next Gen for me. I would say Another One Bites the Dust at best for me personally, because the highlight of this movie is the trailer for this movie.
I was about to say the only thing keeping this out of bad is literally the trailer.
We are all, but can that count, guys?
John, have you seen the trailer for this movie?
No, is the trailer great? Because I don't think it should have any.
Dude,
it's all right. Hold on a second. No. Stop. I'm gonna resolve this right the fuck now.
If I recognize this trailer in the first 5 seconds, don't do this.
It's only a 30-second trailer. This was like the teaser trailer, but here we go.
I missed the New Line logo.
Oh, it's so good. I'm gonna get it tattooed on me.
Matt, I remember this logo. I remember this from the movie theaters. That actor never works again.
Some tales are told and soon forgotten. But a legend is forever.
Yeah, I do remember this trailer. And Matt, this has no bearing on the film. You cannot include a trailer as. Yeah, that is an iconic trailer, but it has no bearing on the process, Matt. This movie is bad.
It's pretty badass, maybe. No, that's fine. It is not a good movie.
Now open up take out a piece of artwork for the trailer, and we'll put that in at least Just Like Heaven.
That is probably one of my favorite movie trailers of all time. And we are down to the last one. TCM Part 2. The poster doing a parody of The Breakfast Club, just letting you know right out the gate that this movie is not taking itself seriously at all.
I think it's the only way that this thing could have gone. Where
Yeah.
like I think it's
It's
just like heaven.
Dude,
Or is
no,
that-
it's in Simply the Best. I am.
All right.
That's a hill I'll die on. Wait. We gotta have consensus here, though. So John is saying Just Like Heaven. I'm saying Simply the Best. What's Matt saying?
I am like in this weird teeter between Simply the Best into Just Like Heaven. But I think I gotta go. I'm gonna go Simply the Best just because that opening sequence of the two guys prank calling the radio station while they're being attacked by Leatherface, and he like decapitates the guy at the wheel, and it's this like headless body with blood spurting everywhere and the two human hands up trying to feel where his head used to be while the passenger is just screaming trying to grab the wheel to save them. It is Toby Hooper just loving the insanity of what he has been given money to make.
What year was that movie? Was that one, Matt?
87.
87? Yeah.
87 years later. That's you mentioned Dennis Hopper earlier. That's the Dennis Hopper one. That's the Chainsaw Battle. I think that this is a pretty damn good tier list.
Okay, are we gonna do the remakes of Nightmare on Elm Street and Friday the 13th?
Those do not count.
I just remember the Sam Bayer like Friday 13 or Nightmare on Elm Street remake was like it attacked me. It felt so wrong.
I mean that would be an instant bad for me. Like that is I genuinely think that is one of the worst remakes that has ever been produced. Yeah,
I hate it.
It misses every single point of like what made those movies and made Freddy interesting. But John, we are like just at the time where we are wrapping it up. So
I can't believe we did it.
Yeah, we did it in 90 minutes. Scott didn't think we could.
Really? Because I talk so much. I think that's
Do you remember Chud? Do you remember Gremlins 2?
You know, I'm just trying to get Matt to edit a lot, right?
You succeed every time.
What else you got to do?
So, Scott, I need you to email me or Facebook send me a Fear Street cover.
I will in a second, but Bold T asked why no zombie movies. It's a slasher list. It was just
it was exclusively slashers.
Post your comment as why
slashers minus the Halloween franchise because of mass executive decision.
Well, also just because we forgot about it, but also because we did a ranking list on our previous podcast on a previous episode. It just felt like we were doubling down on the same information. Josh Hartnett would have been in my Just Like Heaven, possibly Simply the Best category. I'm just saying.
Josh Hartnett all the way, and not this last one, which was I did not like the Danny McBride one at all. I
think Scott agrees with you on that, right?
Well, it's like,
wait,
come on,
the newest one that came out,
Halloween, where she trains for like 40 years to kill Michael Myers, and then she doesn't.
I fucking hated Halloween 2018.
Like you literally trained for 40 years, and then when you have them trapped, you don't watch the fucking house burn down and go in and start chopping up the pieces. Like you trained for 40 years, and it's like, oh, we good. I'm gonna walk away. No, you trained for 40 years. Put in another 10 minutes and make sure that thing is chopped up, crispy, and in like a million places. Okay, that made no sense.
Yeah, and also I don't like how they're trying to make him not a supernatural killer in the new ones by being like, yeah, he survived that. No fucking way he survived that. Like it's just dumb.
Let's stop. You empty every fucking clip in the house into his ass. You've been training for 40 years.
All right,
40 years.
So I don't disagree with any of the things that you guys are saying, but
throw it up, Matt. Let's keep the ranking going. I'm kidding.
In the meantime, while we're moving things along, John, how about you tell people about this beautiful beast that you created called Geekscape? And while you're doing that, Scott, send me the Fear Street book so that we can throw it up on the screen for you, me, and Kyle doing Fear Street.
Do you want it? Can I send it to you on Facebook?
Yeah, that's fine. And Kyle, if you're watching this, that's your tip that it's time to jump in and join us in a couple minutes.
I actually stayed in the waiting room And Matt was like, "Hey, you got we're still wrapping up Stephen Bay," and I was like, "No, I just want to show you my karate skills." And I sat in the waiting room waiting to come on with my nunchucks, just showing them to Matt, who was probably freaking out about his live stream and how it's going. So because Matt put so much energy into it, before you go and check out all the other Geekscape stuff, all the other podcasts that Matt works on and that we provide here at Geekscape, what I really want you to do is go to this link that you see scrolling at the bottom of your screen. That's why we're here. And I think that it's a great cause. And Matt, I'm really glad that you used Geekscape, the podcast that we turned into a podcast network with your help. I mean, primarily it's you turning us into a podcast network. Thank you, Matt. And Geekscape allows us to do a lot of cool things. Besides just, provide horror movie night, but to do something like this where it's a charity. So first and foremost, what I would love for y'all to do is follow the instructions scrolling at the bottom of your screen, donate to Scares That Care, and remember, take a screen grab of that receipt of your donation, send it into the Horror Movie Night Kids, and get yourselves in the running for those t-shirts, because I can't even get one at this point. They're too limited edition. Yeah, and as for Geekscape, find us on all the podcatchers. Look for it. If you want to listen to the flagship show, that's mine. It's just general geekery. I'm about a mile wide and an inch deep, as you can tell from our tier list. Like, I've seen a lot of it. Again, I'm like, kind of. So,
dude, if there's comic books involved, though, you are like, your brain is like a fucking steel trap.
I go pretty deep on the comics. I can go pretty deep on a lot of the video games, especially Nintendo, and a lot of films. But if we start going very genre specific, like you boys do with horror, you see where I run out of room real fast. Someone's gonna have to get killed in a porta potty, or I start forgetting things real fast. So,
well, John, I mean, I've told you before a million times that like, this journey that I'm on wouldn't have started without Geekscape, the first podcast I ever listened to. And here I am 15 years later, just doing my thing.
You could have been a doctor, you could have been a lawyer, you could have been so many things.
No, I'm pretty confident those weren't in the future. But John, thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. I mean, the best, the king. So long, Podfather. So Scott, here we are. We've got Fear Street Pitch coming up in just a second. Just waiting for Kyle to join us. I'll shoot him a text message in just a second. And then our buddies in Fright School are going to join us. Well, we're going to drop off. I'm going to go make some tea. Get ready for what's sure to be a crazy draft at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm very, very, very excited to do this draft. I've been texting everyone. I'm like, look, if you can only watch one part, like, watch this, because I have such high expectations, high hopes for it. But I think this has been going really well. I think I have to ask you, because when I pitched this to you, I was just like, hey, this is what we're doing. In your grand scheme of what you thought was how this was going to go, did this go better or worse or about the same as your expectations?
I mean, honestly, you should ask me in 2 hours because I mean, like, this has been fine. I'm only moderately embarrassed with my technical difficulties, but like, I feel like I've been talking a lot of shit all day long, I guess that's what I do for podcasting in general. So it's just weird to do it for 15 hours.
All right. We got Kyle here in a terribly lit room.
In a Blockbuster shirt.
Yeah. In a Blockbuster shirt.
I've had to go upstairs because my wife is in the living room.
My wife.
You can hear Great British Baking Show, whatever it's called now. Literally anywhere else. Bitch.
No spoilers.
Everywhere else in the house.
All right, so we're gonna do this real quick, and then I might throw something on for us to talk about in a second. But Kyle, are you familiar with our segment Fear Street Pitch? It's totally fine if you're not.
No.
Okay,
Let's do this.
so here's what's going to happen. I'm going to throw up a Fear Street book cover that Scott has picked for us. We're going to take about a minute to look at it.
Yeah.
And we are going to pitch the movie adaptation of this book cover.
Okay.
So
it's basically just what you imagine the movie would be based on that cover. We're doing the Chucky Band, where somebody's like, here's this poster, and I'm like, okay, make a movie.
Yeah.
Based on that poster.
So,
it doesn't matter what the movie's about. We got the poster.
So this is the Thrill Club. They're dying to join, and we've got two girls. They're looking really scared, and it looks like some type of ghost bride behind them. Who wants to go first on pitching this bad boy? Scott, you picked the cover, so I imagine that you may have some type of idea of where you want to go with this.
I do. I don't want to poison the well, though.
I say poison it, so Kyle and I can think.
All right. So, Matt, can you do a split screen of the cover, or have the cover up on the screen while not in the middle of the fucking screen so you can't see my face?
I don't have any way to control it. I don't have any control over it.
It's
down. Just an overlay.
Take it down, bitch.
Take it down.
All right. All right. So, the Thrill Club. These two young ladies are very posh. They're very hip. They're in high school, as you are wont to be when you live on Fear Street. And they are, you know how there are those cliques that are kind of just in the middle. You're not a freak or a geek. You're not a band kid. You're not a theater kid. But you're also not a cheerleader or a jock, or, like, you get good grades. You can flow between the cliques. But you really just have each other. You don't really have like a group of people that are like, hey, let's go partying. Let's go to a club. That's my impression of high school girls in the 90s.
That was spot on. I thought they joined up.
Yeah. So anyway, the two young ladies on this cover here, let's call them Joe and Becky. Joanna and Becky are, they're good students, they're good kids, they want to be cooler, right? And that's classic Greek tragedy just building up right there, right? They are invited by a cool kid to this thing called the Thrill Club. They are super excited. They put on their best, coolest outfits, and they show up thinking that it's a party, or that it's going to be like hazing, and they're ready for anything, they're just emotionally ready to go. They come in and it's a dinner party, and they're like, what the fuck is this? Like, I thought this was supposed to be the Thrill Club. They but they think, maybe it's just like they're trying to intimidate us because they're all rich people, This is kind of like a secret society, like the Skulls, you know what I'm saying? So they have dinner, and the questions around the dinner table are increasingly more uncomfortable, right? They're kind of doing like a truth or dare, but it's basically all just truth, and it's kind of laying bare a lot of things that the girls feel inadequate about. And the two girls, like Joanna is just like, Becky, this is silly. Like, let's just go home and watch Grey's Anatomy. I don't know, whatever they wanted to do instead, personality wise, because they would have built that relationship up early on in the movie, right? So they can't leave, not because they're not allowed to, but rather because they physically can't get up from the chairs. They are kind of like forced there. It's like a spell, right? This and then the woman, that ghostly woman in the on the cover wearing a wedding dress, comes out, and they're like, are you seeing that? And the rest of the people that are in the group that are already in the Thrill Club act like she's not there, and they're like, this is fucking crazy, what's going on, etc. Finally it gets to a point where they just are like, we have to convince the people that we see a ghost. And they try and talk them into it, and it comes out that they have begun a ritual, but it's because the Thrill Club is a sex cult, and they are trying to create new brides for the head of the cult to that it's like he's an emotional vampire. And the whole crux of it is that it's basically like he's a misogynist. It's toxic masculinity. He's kind of like if Trip McNeely from Can't Hardly Wait actually was successful after high school. So it's like that, but I don't want Trip McNeely in it because he was in Satanic Panic, etc. You know? But so he's like the husband, and they're going to be these new brides, and he's going to suck the life out of them. That ghost that they're seeing is one of his previous brides because he's hundreds of years old, and he's been sucking the life force out of his new brides, and sharing it with the rest of the Thrill Club, and letting them kind of do with it what they want. And so the girls have to outsmart him. They actually cut his dick off, and they choke him with it. They get out. He's very strong repudiation of toxic masculinity. They get out, but at the same time, they after they get out of the house, they start to what's the word? Become ghosts, decorporealize, whatever that term is. And they realize that he was able to suck enough of their energy out so that they have no corporeal bodies anymore. They're stuck in their clothes, and then they have to watch the Thrill Club and try and stop people from going into the house in future generations.
I feel like Kyle was, as I was looking at his camera from the control room, it looked like he was taking down notes. I think he is writing the screenplay.
No notes. It was just me digging my finger into the carpet as you spoke. But I'm glad it looked like I was busying myself.
Yeah. Kyle, do you have an idea? Because I do have one, but if you're ready, I'd rather you go first.
I'm good to go. I have the inklings of an idea. So, Heather and Trish. Ta-da! Heather and Trish are the two friends that are on the front cover of this Fear Street novel, and Heather and Trish are at Heather's house, and they're going through Heather's mom's stuff, like in their attic, like old yearbooks and high school stuff. And so they're flipping through this old yearbook, and they're laughing about all the crazy shit that they used to have, like chess club. Who does that anymore? And I don't know. And Glee Club, which does not look like Glee the show at all. It looks horrible and miserable, and you don't want to be part of that club. So they're laughing at all these things, and they come across Thrill Club, and they recognize one of the teachers, the person who ran Thrill Club, as Mrs. Stewart. And Mrs. Stewart looks exactly the same. And this is, it's 20, 30 years ago, right? I'm sorry. If you're a mom and you're, it's like, let's just say 40 years ago. And like, it's crazy that she looks exactly the same. She's their current math teacher in school. So they're like, that is crazy. Like, we have to ask my mom about Thrill Club. Mom has no recollection of Thrill Club. Trisha goes and asks her parents, who didn't go to that school, but like went to another public school, about Thrill Club. Nobody's ever heard of what that is. So they're a little like suspicious, but they ask their math teacher about Thrill Club, who waxes poetic about this club that she used to run. And nobody's ever asked her about it, and nobody's ever brought it back. Like, would you girls like to be part of Thrill Club? And they're like, no, but what is it? they're like, no, but we do want to know what this discrepancy is between nobody knowing what Thrill Club is and us finding it in this yearbook. So they actually they go with it. They're like, sure, let's see if we can get it started back up. You seem really excited. You're not that weird of a teacher. It's just weird that you look exactly the same. Anyway, all that happens, and Thrill Club starts with just the three of them meeting, and like truly the teacher, Mrs. Stewart, spilling her guts out about her life. And it's actually sort of like uncomfortable how much Mrs. Stewart thinks this is like a therapy session. It's like the emotional vampires of What We Do in the Shadows. It's sort of like that, and where she's like kind of draining, and she's like, that's only their first meeting. So then the next week, Mrs. Stewart is like, well, Heather, why don't you like join us next week and you can share about the thrills of your life? And Heather and Trish are like, no. But Mrs. Stewart's like claws are in now. So then like throughout school and even outside of school, like in town, Mrs. Stewart like finds them and tracks them down. So in order to get Mrs. Stewart off their back, Trish and Heather are like, okay, we'll meet this week and just like get it over with. And they can only meet after school. It's in the winter now, so like it gets dark so early. So like it's fucking like 4:00 and it's dark and it's like a gross day out and it's horrible. And they go and they meet and they're in the classroom waiting for Mrs. Stewart and the power goes out. And they're like, motherfucker, like this is not a dope situation. So they're like, they go to leave, but they see the lights flickering in the gymnasium, like down the hallway. So they're like, I don't know. It's horror movie logic. They go to the gymnasium. In the gymnasium is this whole setup. And I mean, I'm referencing what was in my elementary school, or middle school. And there was at times like a jungle gym set up inside. So it's that setup. They used to call it a certain type of equipment, but basically there was like a mini gymnasium, like a mini jungle gym that they would set up in the gymnasium. She has this set up and it's completely decorated as if it was going to be a wedding. And she's like finally has them there and they're like I'm jumping over a lot of middle part, obviously. The end point, but that's okay. That's where the filler comes in. This is just a pitch. So that's the beginning. The end is that they end up at this gymnasium as part of a wedding that they like are forced to be at by their will, where Mrs. Stewart is marrying the spirit of a janitor who has like stayed almost like a Dorian Gray type situation where Mrs. Stewart has like remained the same age, but this janitor who she's marrying is this old, decrepit, like ghastly man, but like she needed two young fucking virgins for the sake of this story to like be there to like bear witness and then like sacrifice. Don't know how they get out of it yet, but that's my pitch as to where I think we're going in this story.
All right. I'm gonna lose this. I'm always incredibly bad at Fear Street pitch, but I'm gonna do something just truly wild with my
do it
pitch. All right, so let me go full screen and let me see. Can I?
All right. Our girls Heather and Trish. And what'd you call them, Scott? What are their names? Brenda,
Joanna, and Becky.
Becky.
Right.
Becky. Excuse
me. So here's the thing. I'm looking at this particular woman ghost wedding dress thing in the center, and it makes me think of something. And the way that I'm going to be pitching this is I'm going to be pitching this as a Haunted Mansion movie.
Yeah, I knew you were going to.
God damn it, Matthew!
Because that looks exactly like the bride that appears in the Haunted Mansion ride. So my pitch, since I'm going to assume that most of the people watching are slightly familiar with the Haunted Mansion and the premise of the Haunted Mansion, of fans of the ride have created their own mythos, and that mythos is that there was a woman who married a bunch of people for their money and was killing them. She was kind of a black widow, and that's what is haunting this mansion, is the souls of all of the people that she has taken in. And then, just other ghosts were like, oh, cool, we'll chill here too. Why not? But the Thrill Club is a group of kids who live in a town where the Haunted Mansion happens to be. And similar to a lot of very infamous Tales from the Crypt episodes, in which in order to get into a certain club, you have to do a certain task. For these two girls who are interested in joining the local Thrill Club, which I'm going to say is a club in their college, almost like a offshot of a sorority. They are told that they have to spend a night in the mansion in the town that everyone swears up and down is most definitely haunted. And they do so. And then, I mean, from that point, Disney executive that has money to give me for this project, we will throw in as many homages and references to the ride. Obviously, the big bad is that they have to get past this bride, but they are also going to have to go through the graveyard that's inside of the mansion, which never made sense to me as a kid, but whatever, filled with dancing ghosts. And they have to go into the room with a floating head inside of a crystal ball. And they have to deal with all of the bats and rats and all of the craziness inside this house. But I'm going for a hard R Haunted Mansion movie. I want this to feel like 13 Ghosts. I want this to feel like House on Haunted Hill in the 1999. Like, I want it to be, even if you don't have a huge body count and a lot of kills, I want it to be legitimately scary, spooky and scary. So that's my Fear Street pitch. Guys in the comments, everybody in the comments, feel free to sign off. Now, here's the thing that I came up with, because we have 15 minutes until the Fright School live session happens.
Freaking West Coast.
And I know, the worst. And the three of us worked on a project together once upon a time. So, similarly to how we just did the WNUF special, what I would like to do is watch our pilot and talk about it while people watch. So let's dive in. Bring the volume down
Is
quite
this
a bit.
Hurt?
Yeah.
Is this the unedited pilot or the 10-minute pilot?
This is the edited pilot. This is
right on.
Yes. Okay, I feel better.
Right on.
All right. So there was a scene that we ended up cutting. It was the only scene that I was really upset that we were getting rid of, but I understood why, which is Kyle's acting performance. I think Kyle
that was why.
Truly. Kyle, you stole the show. You were so funny as the doomsayer video store clerk warning us to not go in. But yeah, Scott, how did we come to? We were pretty dead set on it being Demon Wind when we were trying to come up with the movies. It was pretty much this or Rock and Roll Nightmare, I think, were the two that we were torn between.
We hadn't done an episode on Rock and Roll Nightmare yet, though.
That's probably why then, because I know that we were like, we were like, what can we do? What can we do that would be fun and ridiculous? And I think we had watched Demon Wind was one that we did twice, and it was that second time watching it where I was like, there's a lot here. There's a lot that we can pick at.
Truly.
So I think Brian did such a good job with the edit for this. The clips that he pulled, and he killed it. But to me, the star of this pilot, Gleefully Tim, now borderline TikTok famous. His most recent TikTok was shared by Lizzo on TikTok, which is
whoa.
Just you don't get bigger on TikTok than Lizzo giving you the thumbs up. But his just riffing, and Brian and I watched for Jonathan and Gleefully Tim. We weren't there to film them because they lived in Atlanta, Georgia, in LA. So they recorded themselves and sent us the files. And Tim sent us 45 minutes of footage, and John sent us over an hour of footage. And scrolling through
the right movie, obviously.
Yeah, scrolling through it, every single one of them could have worked. But I want to talk about this. This cereal commercial. So that is a friend of Brian and I's named Scott, who is playing the role that Scott was supposed to play, but he was having the worst travel experience in history.
Yeah.
Scott, do you want to reminisce about your traveling issues while we were shooting this?
In March of last year, I went to Jersey for Monster Mania, and then in April, 3 weeks later, I was like, let's all get together and do the pilot. And I'm like, well, okay, but I'm not fucking driving that 7 hours again alone, less than a month in difference. So I was like, I'm just gonna get a plane ticket, and I get a plane ticket, and they're like, we can get you on a plane there 24 hours later than I was originally supposed to be there because of some weather problems, I guess. And I was like, well, that's not going to fucking work. So I got a full refund, and I drove out at like 4 a.m. I got there at 11 or something like that. I made it to Philly. We go to Viva Video.
Yeah.
We shoot there for like 4 fucking hours. We shoot
for a scene that doesn't make it into the final cut.
Yeah. But it was fun because I got to eat a lot of Swedish fish and discuss poor Jackie from Jersey Ghouls. But we did that. Then we went out to your high school, I want to say, and did a scene. And then we went and went to the gym, and we got some food, and then I slept for 4 hours next to Kyle on the floor in your family's
back room,
season room. Yeah. And I drove home, and it was crazy. I felt crazy.
Yeah, that was a
fun,
lot of
like,
work.
It was fucking crazy.
It was a great when I think about everything that we achieved in under 48 hours, it's pretty wild. Now, the thing that I remember most was Kyle got there on Friday in the morning, pretty early in the morning, and we drove to a local Goodwill just looking for props that we could maybe use somewhere in the pilot. And then I think you needed to get a couple things for the camera, so we had to find like a place that could like get you a battery.
I needed to get like another like a backup SD card or something. Like it was essential stuff for sure.
Yeah. But I have this memory of us sitting around just doing, so we shot the doll commercial, and I think that night
right before a storm came, right?
Yeah,
there was
right
like
before
a crazy
storm.
That was the storm that kept me from
that was the storm that screwed you over. Right.
So we filmed the doll commercials coming up in a second, starring my niece, but we shot that in like 2 hours. I think we
did that quick.
We spent more time just trying to get a single shot of her picking up the doll than anything else. She was like a natural. Like acting wise, she was a natural. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
But we came to my house and we had a couple hours to kill. So I remember you and I were sitting down at the dinner table, and I just had my phone out, and we were just watching compilations of 90s commercials.
Yes.
To get ideas of camera shots that we needed. Look at that. That is first take. She crushed that style. She was so good. This is my sister playing the lover of my brother, which was weird casting.
Which is great. That was great.
This trombone noise is the best.
It kills you every time.
The best. Oh my god.
We got that doll at the Goodwill too.
We got that doll at the Goodwill. Then my sister got annoyed because we just kept leaving it around her house until she eventually threw it out.
The flannel t-shirt that we got, or not the flannel t-shirt, excuse me. The flannel shirt that we got at the Goodwill for me to be the naysayer, I wear to work like once a week. It's a great shirt. I don't wear the bucket hat to work because they won't let me, but I wear the flannel all the time. That scene is still the biggest bummer. Like when I watch stuff and I'm like, oh no, I'm content that we like cut out the karate commercial. Like it's funny to us, but like it was only funny to us. Yeah.
But that video store sequence just killed me. I thought that was so funny. And like I remember us standing in the video store, and there was customers in the store. We had to tell
there was a lady who talked to us for like a half hour. It felt like
we told the customers that they had.
Oh,
to
but
stop
you were
talking.
just being such a sweet man. You were like, oh yeah, I grew up in that area. And
oh my god, that's right. She was from my town.
I was just like, Kyle, you realize you don't have to be nice to everybody, right? You know, like,
no, I don't have to run the block on this one.
So
here we go.
I'll be totally honest with this. Every time I watch this, it reminds me of how incredibly overweight I felt when we filmed this. I look awful in this segment. But the only thing we paid for was this cow head prop. And the girl who made this did it for like $100, like 100, like super underselling herself. But it is such an impressive.
Maddie, she's awesome.
Dude, Maddie rules. That head is so fucking good. So there's a lot of back and forth between Jonathan and I. Jonathan, who was just on the stream, was the producer of this, and I loved the Mutar segment. And it was the only thing that we did without any script. Brian and I were just riffing it out as we were walking, and John hated it. He's like, you need to get that. You need to get that to like 15 seconds. Because I think in the unedited, like the full raw version, it's like a 1.5-minute skit. Like it is so long. It was too. That's when you can't have the two actors improving also doing the editing, because we just thought everything was gold. We're like, we are the funniest. This is perfect.
I feel like we did about 4 or 5 like paths. So it's all supposed to be this, like, you guys are walking the path once basically, but we did 4 or 5 of those improv like runs where we were just doing the same track and the same trajectory. It's just like,
the problem that screwed us was we did different voices every single time, and then it made it impossible.
You were different characters each time, you fuckers.
Right. Yeah, we did, because we did it as Crocodile Hunter. We did it as like Staten Island douchebags. We just did it as regular voices. We're amateurs. This was amateur hour, but this is the end. I mean, this is the end. That cow prop was so good, we had to use it twice. To end right here,
nice,
which I love
it twice.
I love.
That's
that
Marissa's
is
husband.
So good.
Marissa's husband, Matt, perfect job with that lean out.
Yeah.
Just like, that was another one and done. I don't think we had to do multiple takes. My favorite detail is the fact that Moo is written in the teleprompter.
Yeah.
But
so good.
Yeah, that was our commentary track for this little pilot that we've been talking about it before, and we're going to give this another shot, I think, when the pandemic is over. Obviously not Demon Wind. But I want to do it again.
I want to do it. I want to do another one as well. And don't we have a list in Trello of of movies that we were considering? I know that Trello back up.
I don't know if we do, but I know that we threw around Elves was a big one. We threw around Rock and Roll Nightmare as a big one. And I think we threw around Spookies because we were like, it needs to be something where any person can watch it.
How is anybody supposed to decide? How is anybody supposed to decide between those 3?
Yeah, it has to be like it had to be like you have hours of content with whatever one you pick. Well, Kyle, it is almost time for us to go live to the guys at Fright School. Oh, look at that. Our background has changed. What is happening? It's like they're taking over the feed. Kyle, thank you so much for joining us. And just we've said it 1,000 times, you're the 4th member of this podcast. I love you just as much as I love Brian and Scott. I mean, you mean the world to us. I love working on projects with you. I love just talking ideas. And, you're part of the Beats Creeps, the most elite Facebook.
the elite of Beats Creeps.
I love it. So real quick before we give you the boot, where can people go to check out your projects?
So just follow me at KR Kukta on Instagram and Twitter. Instagram is probably the best. Survival of the Film Freaks, a cult cinema documentary, is on Amazon Prime Video and available on Blu-ray, VHS, and DVD, and the soundtrack's on cassette tape. It's all happening. I also run an Etsy store called Horror Finds, sell novelizations, paperbacks from hell, comic adaptations of horror movies, and a bunch of just random shit. But if you order before November 1st, I'll send you a little Halloween goodie in the thing there. So that's on Etsy at Horror Finds. That's most of my stuff for the time being. So
all right,
thanks. Sometimes I'll show up on your podcasts. Every once in a while,
maybe once every 2 months. You are the best. Later, Kyle.
Love you guys. This was awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, Scott. Now, I have met a lot of people while podcasting in my life. Obviously, we've had Stephen Bay and Matt on here doing Analog Jones. We have Marissa and Jackie on here doing Jersey Ghouls. And I know that it is not fair to pick favorites, like when you're picking your favorite children, but there is something that just fills me with joy every Monday when I see that there is a new episode of Fright School in my feed. And I've told them this a million times, but my favorite part of their show is listening to these two just banter about what they did that week before they even get into the movie discussion. It fills me with joy. I'm so excited that we were able to get them on this as well, because I throw I love you around at a lot of people, but I really do truly love Joshua and Joe of Fright School.
Oh my gosh, my eyeliner's gonna be running.
Joshua's lying. He doesn't have feelings.
We can't hear Joshua, so he can
we
say whatever he
adore
wants.
you. Are you kidding?
So Scott and I are going to dip out. We'll be back at 10 o'clock to do our fantasy draft on not of scary moments in non-horror movies. But one last time before we jump over to you guys, if you haven't yet, please swing over to Scares That Care's website, scaresthatcare.org/donate-now, and throw in a donation. Now, I have found out that apparently on their donation page, you need a zip code to be able to pay with your credit card, which has caused some problems with our UK and Canadian fans. I'll talk to Joe and try to see if there's another alternative for that in the future, because you still should.
If they want to Venmo, they can Venmo us, and we can just do it ourselves. Like, and we promise that we promise that we don't want the money. We want the money to go to Scares That Care.
Yeah. And if you Venmo that money
into the prize raffle,
100%. And I'm asking you to please, 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 during Fright School, this is what I would consider the last chance for you to donate to be part of that raffle, because I'm going to put the names on a sheet of paper and draw them out of a hat as soon as we're done the draft. And I might not have time to write your name down once 10 o'clock rolls around. So now is the time to do it. Scott, I'll see you in an hour.
Bye, Scott.
Josh and Joe, I will be hanging out here mostly to bring in your guests when it's time and throw up comments for you. But the show is now.
Can you hear me, Joe?
Control.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, excellent. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Fright School Live. We are a weekly podcast where me, big horror nerd, takes my friend here, horror newbie, on a weekly chat about a horror film. It's cultural and social, political, all kinds of different ways that it matters and why we love horror. It's super fun and you should check us out. But, okay, sorry, I'm trying to be quick because we got an hour and we got so much exciting stuff to talk about. Are you doing all right, Joe?
I'm doing great.
All right. Well, here we're just off and running. So
just off and running. We have to take our hour and a half, 2 hour banter and put it in an hour. This is going to be this is going to be a feat. I can't wait.
It's so true. We don't have all the time in the world. So first I want to welcome on to the show. If you've been to see us at any of the cons or live shows, you've seen this wonderful human being who's such a great help to us. And she's our final girl of Fright School, Ms. Ashley. Welcome to the show.
Hey!
Oh, Mary.
Yes, Mary. Oh my God. Ooh.
Oh, amazing.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh my
I
gosh.
hope you guys would like this costume.
Yeah, it looks great. So here we go. We got another guest to bring in. So this is Tamanava Tammy Eden. She has been a practicing eclectic Wiccan for her entire life and is a high priestess in the magical arts. She's the proprietress of Broomsticks on Facebook and Etsy, where you can find her candles, wreaths, jewelry, and other delicious homemade goods. Welcome to Fright School, Tammy.
Hi. How's everyone?
Hi, Tammy.
Hi.
Yeah, we are all here. So sorry, I'm really high energy because I'm so excited for this to come. Look at this. We formed a circle. We're going to call the corners. It's going to be amazing.
Yes.
So, all right. I think let's chat a little bit first about, so did everybody get a chance to watch The New Witches and The Craft Legacy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we're going to start there. We're going to have a brief chat about what everybody's thoughts were. Let's start with The Witches. What did we think?
So full disclosure, I have not seen. I made a conscious choice to not see the original Witches, and I have not read the novel. The original Witches I'm saving for the after time when I can be at Joshua's again, because I know it's one of his favorite films. So not watching Angelica Houston Witches. But I did see this version.
Anne Hathaway Witches.
And the Anne Hathaway Witches. ladies, your thoughts?
So I saw most
okay.
of the new ones. It's okay. It's okay. I saw the original, way back, and so I'm still kind of a truist to the original. The most shocking thing for me was the color of the skin that had changed. It was nice to see that there was a modern representation. However, I was not expecting that at all, and I'm not sure if it helped or hurt.
Yeah, I love that you brought that up, and I want to chat about that. But I wanted to hear Ashley's thoughts first.
I am partial to the original because I love Jim Henson and his dark puppetry. Was kind of missing that in the new one. It was a lot more CGI choices, which is fine, but I was kind of expecting a little bit more because Guillermo del Toro has his name on this. So I don't know. It was a movie.
So as Joe said, I love Angelica Houston. I love the original. I love the I have the original novel. I also have a really cool graphic novel version that they did, which I feel like somebody read this before they made this new adaptation, because it's kind of like it feels like they adapted this. There are just elements of it that I'm like, well, gosh, that's in this new version of the film that wasn't in like the original novel or the Angelica Houston 1990 version of The Witches. Tammy, that you brought up the color. So that was one of the issues that I sort of had with it, because, they were like, okay, we're going to take it from England and set it in America, in Alabama in like 1967, 68. And then I feel like they didn't really fully explore, what they kind of set up, which I think was the disappointing part for me, because I did really enjoy it. I thought it was a lot of fun. I watched it a couple times, just because it was sort of silly. And, I just felt like I like seeing Anne Hathaway be, evil and campy, and, that was fun. But I just was like, I feel like they're trying to say something, and they kind of missed the mark, because they could have really gone into about, valuing white missing children over children of color, over Black children. They could have realistically, I feel, portrayed Alabama in the 60s a little better. So if you want to speak to any of that, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Honestly, you took the words right out of my mouth. I really do agree. However, I understand it's a family film and it's still supposed to be fun. So I guess if you were going to talk about Alabama during that time, all the fun is gone, at least for people who look like me. So I think they tried. I think they did their best. It's a nice little, ditty. Like Ashley said, it's a movie. It's a movie. It's entertainment, but give me my Angela.
it.
Yeah.
So
I do think that I enjoyed having Sam and Tucci and Octavia Spencer in there. I think they performed well. I don't know if it's cut that.
I agree. Yeah.
No, absolutely. It's so strange, because it's like I think what was just so shocking for me was like, okay, they went to like this very fancy resort in like Alabama on the Gulf of Mexico, the Mexican Riviera type thing, and you have like a bunch of white faces, and here she is rolling up there, and everyone seems like very oddly tolerant of like Octavia Spencer playing, just like being this woman. And like, I see how they set that up, where it's like, by the way, everybody, spoiler alert for if you don't know The Witches, probably even more spoiler alert for the Craft Legacy. But yeah, she was like, my relative made this restaurant the way, like, put this restaurant on the map or whatever. And so like, there is some deference there, but it still just didn't feel, it still didn't feel true. And I don't know, it kind of reminded me a little bit of Antebellum in that way, where it's just like the stark absence of like cruelty, like overt racial cruelty is also very interesting, but it's also nice to not see that and to not have it be a character, and we can just have this very campy tale about witches and all of that stuff. Was the grandmother in the Angelica Houston, was she also some sort of like practitioner of magic? The way that okay.
No, she was just a witch hunter. And they kind of allude to it. She's missing fingers in it. I think in the book, too, she's missing a couple fingers. So it kind of alludes that she had this really terrible experience with witches. And so that kind of fuels her her belief and her need to protect and to hunt them, and to instill that in her offspring. So, or her, not her, that's not her son, her grandson. So anyways, I mean, overall, I think it was a lot of fun. I mean, definitely catch it. It's perfect kind of spooky entertainment for young kids that aren't gonna, watch Saw yet, since they're not my kids. I thought it was fun.
It's funny, my roommate, she mentioned when I was we were going to talk about the witches and then the reboot of it. She said that original one still traumatizes her to this day. Like Angelica Houston is literally horrifying to this day to her. So it's like it's scary if you're a child. The original. I don't know if this one is as scary because it's still very much animated and like glittery.
Probably to me. To me as a child, it would have been. I mean, it was like Guillermo del Toro's attached, so there has to be teeth. Like literally, there has to be some teeth to the monster. Right. But like, it was also nice to see like Kenya Barris is attached to this, and I'm just like, okay, this is they're definitely trying to say something. I did why do I buy Chris Rock as a narrator? It's because of, everybody hates Chris. So it's like, we already get, there's already like, Chris Rock is narrator. I think I think one of the more outrageous claims of the movie is not the existence of magic and, talking mice, but that we're supposed to buy adult Kristen Chenoweth's voice as a little girl. Which that's
very jarring to me.
It's like, I'm a little girl at the orphanage. I'm like, really? I don't know if that's correct, but
yeah, I think people were expecting her to be like the good witch that was in the original. Jane Horrocks played her, Bubble from Absolutely Fabulous.
Yeah.
So I think they were kind of expecting that. So I'm glad they didn't. I'm glad they kept him as a mouse, and that does track with the novel, and it is narrated that way, the book, as like sort of a flashback. So I liked all of that. But overall, yeah, totally a fun kids movie. Not really necessarily about the practice of witchcraft. Which is a good point to move into the craft legacy. Now, I don't want to spoil it, so let's be careful about how we talk. Just because it's only been out a day, but just give kind of our honest thoughts of whether people should spend the $20 or $25 if you bought it. Which says everything about kind of how I felt about it. But it is it's a more natural approach, kind of like with the craft, trying to play with the ideas of witchcraft. So let's start. Joe, you start first, and we'll go Joe, Ashley, and then Tammy. What do you thought of the craft?
I thought it was very fun. I thought it was very fun. That's not a read. That's just not, I was like, I enjoyed it. There was definitely a moment where the girls in our core four, and then when they add the fifth, and there was a scene in a bedroom where a disclosure is made, and I like literally went, what? What? When anybody who watches this will know it. I'm trying very hard. It is not on brand to not spoil. There was a disclosure. Right. I was very much like, oh my God, that's insane. And then from there, I was like, okay, how are they going to deal with this? It very much set itself apart. But I had the feeling, like reflecting on my feelings a little bit after, I have like, if they had just made this as a movie about a young group of Xennial, practitioners of magic, it would have been fine. Like they didn't need to call this The Craft. They didn't need to attach it to anything prior. It could have just stayed as like, here's a movie about like some girls who are interested in practicing witchcraft and all of that. It didn't need to have, because The Craft was such a moment. Like it was such a cultural moment, it was such a style moment, a musical moment. It was very much all of these things in the late 90s. Exactly, and still is very much to this day. So it was just really interesting to me to have this, because the moment I started thinking of this as this is The Craft, it was just watching a movie about girls and magic, then I appreciated it more. Like I liked it a lot better.
All right, I dig that. Ashley,
Was it my turn? Okay. I thought it was fun as well. The soundtrack really does it for me. I went on Spotify afterwards and decided to follow the album soundtrack, the movie soundtrack. I like what they were trying to say more with like a feminist and masculine juxtaposition, rather than it being like girl on girl torture and violence and battles. So I enjoyed what they were trying to say there. Yeah, I don't want to spoil anything, so I don't know what else to say. I would say it's worth the $20.
To rent, to buy, is this a rental or a purchase?
This is just a rental.
Okay, good. I'm on team rent. I'm on team rental as well. Wait till if you really want, you can wait. If you really, I think you should rent it and not wait till it's on Shudder, but you should definitely rent it.
Yeah.
All right, Tammy, what did you think?
Yeah, I'm team rent also. Like Ashley just said, it's a great movie, and even Joe said it. It's a great movie if you're looking at it as a movie and not as a follow-up or a legacy film to The Craft. My thoughts are the last 30 minutes are the best part. I would watch those last 30 minutes over and over and over. But you have to get through about an hour and 20 first to get to that point. So it can be a little slow. I'd say don't get your snacks at the start. Get them after the movie starts. And that way you don't really miss anything. And you get your food. But it is what it is, and at the end I understand why they did what they did, and it's justified, but I wouldn't buy it. I would say rent, or just wait until it's on Netflix and then watch it.
I was full on making guacamole like the first 20 minutes. And I didn't miss, and I was like, I didn't feel like I was like, maybe I should go back and rewatch it. I'm like, no, I didn't miss a thing.
I immediately watched the Craft right after, just to
so did I.
that flavor, because I really, I wanted more, I wanted it to be a little darker. I agree. I enjoyed that it wasn't about the women being against each other. They were really fighting an outside source. And when they do disagree, it's about consent and it's about the use of power, and that they all feel they should bear the consequences because all of them together create the power, and I thought that was very, very interesting. So there were definitely some things to think about within it. But yeah, I would definitely say if you watch it, you're going to want to watch The Craft afterwards. If you're a fan of The Craft, which if you're not, then I don't know what to say. But yeah, so on that note, talking about The Craft and what women in film, witch movies. I found this article. So by the way, sorry guys, I sent like a 40-page research paper or something to you. I hope you didn't read that.
No, I did not read it.
I started to
I
read it.
didn't
And I was
realize.
like, I
I
don't
was
have
like,
time.
oh, that's cool. Like maybe we should check this out. And then it was like a million pages. But witches in contemporary cinema and television, a radical feminist aesthetic. And so I like this opening. In the last decade, the female voice, the feminine form, and the emblematic presentation of the witch in television and cinema suggests a societal conflict between the sexes, a reignited focus on the natural world, and a desire for a deeper understanding of the spiritual self, which in popular usage has come to refer to the female and the feminine. The wild of nature has always been referred to as she. Nature can be understood as a symbol of the wild and feminine, which sits in opposition to a society which embodies infrastructure and the masculine. By entering... Well, I don't like this part because it's talking about Satan and like a pact with Satan. But basically, the witch symbolically escapes institutional and patriarchal control because of this bond. Although if we think of Satan as a masculine figure, that's kind of the reason I don't like the Chilling Adventures of Sabrina completely. You know, because it's like they're like, oh, the patriarchy of the false god, of the Christian god, but then they're all bending to the will of Satan. I don't know. It's just weird to me. But the rise of the dark and powerful witch in popular culture stems from the need for female role models capable of fighting the ugly and violent reality of the world they live in. So with that, let's just get into a chat. And Tammy, I kind of would like, your thoughts here first as somebody who is, a practitioner, as somebody who's coming at this as, I mean, I'm not sure if you want to call it a religion or a spiritual practice, but when you see the witch in cinema, what goes through your mind as somebody who's practiced for, your whole life, this as a path?
For me, it's more of a spirituality, although Wicca is a religion, or at least a known religion for the U.S. For me, it's always been okay, how are they going to screw it up this time? Because I already know what I know. I know what my family has taught. I know how we are. And we don't expect to go into any kind of film or any kind of media and be represented accurately. So it's just more of, okay, what stereotype do you think we're going with today? And we place bets on it. Do you think it's going to be the green nose, the pointy hat? What do you think it's going to be this time? However, at least there is something out there over the years where women had some kind of power. What I don't like is that it's fear-based. I think women and men should be equally strong, and you don't need to cheat to make that happen. You don't have to use a hammer and fear to apply that. But unfortunately, that's the popular thing. Everyone loves a good witch story, and rarely is the witch good in it.
Do you I love that you brought that up, because in one of these witch movies aren't just about power, they're about the fear of female power. And Grady Hendrix, who is a horror author and writer on Satanic Panic, said that, that's one of the things that he can't stand about these movies. They turn out to be cautionary tales about power, the sort of, you got power and had to be outside and had to go outside society. Now look at you, you're killing everyone you love. And, that's sort of, I think I just think it's a fascinating sort of concept where women have access to power within these films, but it's always destroying her life, and her friends. And, so what do they really say about feminism, and can do witch films that have that kind of story? Are they feminist? Can they be considered feminist if the power is always coming from this dark place, Thoughts?
I think it takes away from the feminist concept because, again, it's almost like it's cheating. It's, let me give you this tool, this ability that you didn't have before. Not that, let's not work on you. Let's not build you and make you strong. It's, here, if I give you this, you'll be able to control the world. Oh, but everything comes at a cost. So now what are you telling women? Either you're telling us to be strong, or you're telling us that if we are strong, that we're dangerous and that our world is going to fall apart, or we're going to kill everyone we love. that makes no sense. You know, I have a 14-year-old daughter. That is not the message I want her growing up with.
Go
Absolutely.
ahead, Ashley.
As you both were talking about that, I was realizing that a lot of the stories that I remember is usually when the witch is coming into her power, she usually ends up losing her love interest or her best friends or her family. So it's like, can you have power and love at the same time? I don't know if I've seen a lot of stories that show that.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
That's
Go
all.
ahead, Joe.
And I have a question that may take us on a tangent, so I apologize in advance. But Tammy, so you know,
We don't do tangents here.
I appreciated that. So Tammy, my question is for you, and it's mainly it's this. So when you're watching these movies and representations of witchcraft and so on and so forth and magic, what films have gotten certain things right? Like, what are certain things that are correct? So I know it's
Joe, you're pushing us forward.
I know I'm pushing it a little bit.
That's okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll just jump into that.
I'm curious if there's one thing, because as someone who is from someone's from Guam, who's from a Pacific, drink. I said Guam. As someone who I like, anytime I see some sort of representation of Pacific Islander people, I'm always very curious, because it's this, that, and the other. And so and that's why with Moana, it's okay, yes, no, maybe some of it. But I'm curious for you, if there's something in your mind that sticks out as they absolutely got this one thing right.
And, back at you, because I'm Hawaiian and Samoan. So we do the same. But there's always a little bit of truth in every lie, right? That's just natural order. Same goes for films, storytelling, what have you. There's always going to be little snippets of truth or reality or real detail that happens. But if you're not practicing, you may or may not see that. So, for example, without giving away too much, with this new movie, with The Craft, people set circles. Some of the chants and things that they say, that comes from real text that I have used myself, and I know others who do use it. However, I don't believe you need 4 people to do magic. I think you can do it as a solitary, as one person, and call all of those elements. That is my belief. That is a belief of many, but it is not the only way. But I think every film, every story I've heard or seen, there is at least one grain of sand in there that's legit. Always. It's just they built a giant fluffy story around that one grain of sand, and they kind of buried it.
Thank you.
Makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I think on the original Craft, and I think even on this new one, they brought in a Wiccan, or quote unquote a real witch. That's probably a problematic term. Real, what is real? But they bring them on to consult and to give ideas. But it's Hollywood, so they want to do the glitter and the glitz, and to see a practical use of the magic in a film. It's just it's what you kind of come for. I did one of the other articles I was reading talked about the witch, the Vivivitch, which came out a couple years ago, and talking about how that was so divisive because people felt that was kind of a feminist story about a woman escaping this sort of patriarchal society and letting loose, and that there was kind of a punching down of that there's this men's rights activism on the internet that actively attacks and fights things that are seen as empowering. Did you get a chance to see The Witch, and did you think that was an empowering film? Actually, and this can go to anybody can chat about their thoughts on The Witch. It's just another one that comes out that's very because it's not really filled with magic. There's that moment at the end where they kind of all take flight, but it's not glitzy. It's kind of more nature, I guess, centered. Any thoughts? Do we not
It's
see the
on my
witch?
watch list. I haven't seen it yet. So
Right. Joe's like, they talk like it's Shakespeare times. I'm not watching that.
It's just like it has Liza Aaron in it, and there's a problem. There's another like problematic breastfeeding thing with Liza Aaron and her nipples, and I just can't like that. That's my only thing with it. Well, no, that's not my only thing. I'm being, of course, I'm being facetious, but I feel like for me, because it's such a slow burn, and Joshua knows, you all know how I feel about like slow burn movies. The last like 15 minutes of this film are like my favorite part, because it's just like she gets her payoff for having endured all of this bonkers storyline leading all the way up to that. But I've only seen it once, and I probably only will see it once, to be quite honest. Ashley, any thoughts on the Vivitch?
Not really. I think I only saw it once when it first came out, so I don't recall a whole lot of it. Sorry, Joshua. You talk about it all the time.
No, it's totally fine.
One of his rainy day movies. He puts it on in the background because it's so beautiful and atmospheric.
I have this beautiful, this big script book of it from A24. I like it a lot. I think it's a great examination of that time. I think they did a beautiful job with it. But that's okay. We'll move on to other witch films. What are some witch films that people enjoy? Tammy, what are some of your favorite films to like? If you're gonna say, yeah, put this witchy film on, what might you suggest?
My absolute favorite is Bell Book and Candle.
And why?
It's old. It's an oldie but goodie, and it's one of the few where, there's the magic and the glitz and whatnot, but they show that she's got a human side, and that's the part I love the most. That, and the cat's name is Pyewacket, and I've always loved that name, and I still go around and I hum that little tune she hums and whatnot. But that's my go-to. If I gotta watch that, it's that one. And then my second favorite would be Scooby-Doo and the Hex Girls, oddly enough. So I kind of go to extremes.
All right. I love
this
that.
This is awesome.
Yeah, that is a great I would not, that kind of was out of left field. So very cool. I like it. Ashley, what about you?
I am partial to Practical Magic, just because I love me some cottagecore. It's a feel good for me. And maybe Halloween Town or Hocus Pocus for Joe's Disney side.
Yeah. Joe, witchy movies?
Oh, I mean, Hocus Pocus is a must watch every Halloween. Because is Mary Poppins like? Is she just or she's just some sort of like I feel like Mary Poppins is like chaotic neutral, right? Like she's maybe not necessarily a witch, maybe some sort of djinn or something like that. Yes, that'll be the name of this episode.
Mary Poppins. Well,
that'll be the name of this episode, right? Mary Poppins is a djinn. No, like when I think of witches, I think of television. I think of television more. So like I'm always like, I'm the person who like, I will go to see something because of special effects. So like, I really appreciated the Witches. I probably would have been still really freaked out the original Witches with Angelica Houston, just because like, that kind of puppet stuff really is like, the uncanny valley of it all really kind of freaks me out. But when I think about television, so like in anticipation of doing this stream, I rewatched my favorite parts of American Horror Story. I rewatched I started, because I want to finish it, I started up again Chilling Adventures of Sabrina, and I made it 5 minutes through What the Heaven is Going On Here, and the Vatican necropolis adjacent. Like I was just like, oh my gosh, it was too much for all of that. But I have to go back to my like classic kind of TV magic stuff. So Samantha with Bewitched, One of the first like television shows I remember watching like all the episodes of. And of course, you know, my Melissa Joan Hart Sabrina as well.
Yeah.
Good one.
Yeah. No, those
As
are
problematic
great.
as Melissa Joan Hart Sabrina is now.
Well,
Yes.
We still love her.
Yes. Rewatched it. Doesn't hold up a lot. But yes. I also like a Salem that can talk and like, you know, throw it right back to the witches. So throw it right back to, I mean, the current incarnation of Zelda and Hilda are probably my favorites of the two. But I do love like, you know, Nick Bakay as Salem the cat. In the original.
Yeah, I agree. I was kind of bummed when they decided not to make them talking. And I get that it was like a practical thing because they were like, well, we can't have 1,000 spiders talking, you know, Hilda's familiars. And so it was kind of a choice, you know, but you kind of miss the snarkiness of Salem, which in the comic adaptation, he's kind of the same. He's catty. But
well, he also, I think, I don't know if this had anything to do, but Kiernan Shipka is actually highly allergic to cats. Right. So having her be like, you know, her familiar be a black cat, I think, you know, half the time she's, you know, I think she's pumped full of a lot of antihistamines.
Yeah, I do have a soft spot for practical magic. I do really like that. I like those books by Alice Hoffman. She's got a series now of them. You know, what was it? Somebody posted the other day, one of our friends, Bath and Body. What was it? Oh my gosh, it was so funny. It was, I think, Sean Keller. He was like, he calls it Bath and Body Witches or something, which I just found amusing because, you know, it is kind of like that. But yeah, you know, The Craft for me is always a classic, you know. I'm
telling you, so to go back to the sequel reboot, whatever we're going to call it, the Craft Legacy, it very much sets up that there are going to be future films. And there better be future films because I want to see, I'm telling you, I want to see Rachel True as the proprietress of a magic shop in that town when they're like, you know, the girls are doing research, or at another town, girls are doing research, go back and they open it. And then, you know, Rachel True is there as the proprietress of this town, helping them, you know, giving them stories of the past or whatever. Like, I need to see that. I want to see that. We can make it happen. Hashtag,
if we just believe, clap and believe.
Go to my change.org petition. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Right.
Joe, I actually love that you brought that up because I did want to talk a little bit about, so The Craft is sort of credited, especially with people like my age who were like teenagers when The Craft came out. I mean, that was kind of our introduction to like, you know, this new kind of witchcraft that wasn't like Satanism exactly. It wasn't like Bewitched. It wasn't pointy hats. You know, it was stylish and sexy, and, you know, they were vengeful and, you know, they were using their powers to better their lot in life. You know, I think that's the first place I saw like tarot and, you know, herbs, you know, and all these kind of sort of this, it's not deep into the film. You know, it's obviously it's a teen drama horror film, but, you know, it was sort of introduced people to it. And so I'm curious, Tammy, what you think about sort of how films like The Craft influence The Craft. You know, and do you hear that a lot from people who might be interested in, you know, talking to you about, you know, your beliefs or expanding their own beliefs? If it's like, well, I want to do like that thing in The Craft.
You always get that. My concern is always the younger people. I mean, in the movie, it's portrayed as teenagers who decide to dabble with this because there's something lacking in their life, and now magic is the answer. And that translates to reality. Then you get teenagers who are looking for the books and trying to learn all these things that they don't know what they're talking about or what they're working with. And yeah, it's all about what you believe, but you don't dabble with what you don't know. It's always good to have a teacher and mentor. I'm not saying that teenagers can't practice. It's just like any other thing. I'm not going to hand a beer to my teenager and, you know, say, hey, just figure it out. You have to have some kind of leadership involved in that. And so I don't mind being a resource and a mentor. However, there are legal matters, and if you're under 18, an adult has to be involved with that. So it can't just be, Sabrina coming to my door. Sabrina and her mom have to come to my door.
That's interesting. That's good to know. I'm also curious about. So Rachel True recently released a book and a tarot deck. Do you ever use tarot in your practice or use it for yourself?
I've been practicing tarot since I was 12 years old. I just turned 47. I do tarot and I do like stones and pendulum and whatnot. It's a great way to get insight, but it's not the absolute answer. A lot of it that I do when I do readings for people comes from my own intuition and the messages I receive personally.
Yeah, that's what her book is all about, intuitive tarot, and using it sort of like as a self-care, sort of like a therapist in a box. Maybe you're also seeing a professional, but I really love that kind of idea. And so I was curious about thoughts on that. Joe, I know you've been sort of exploring tarot as well. Ashley, I'm not sure if you've ever looked into tarot. I definitely find it very revealing, when you kind of are looking at a card from a self-care standpoint, as like therapy for yourself, of organizing your thoughts.
Right.
I think I've talked about this on the podcast, so I forget which episode it was, but there was a time about 2 years ago where I really started to have what, most people had when they watched The Craft for the first time in the 90s, and the very gothic teens, this interest in what one of my dear friends calls the natural religion, the natural, and trying to find my connection to that. And that was also and tarot was my gateway into that, and reading more about it. And it became something that I became so I started getting books and reading as much as I could. And where I kind of stopped, and what stalled or put on pause for me a little bit right now is reconciling a lot of the literature that I was reading, which was upon researching who the authors were primarily white, presumably cis folks, and reconciling that with kind of my own cultural beliefs as like an indigenous Chamorro person. And Tammy, you brought up that you are also from rooted in the island people, rooted in Island Nation, and I'm curious to know your thoughts on this as well. How to kind of where to begin as far as navigating like this tradition that has its roots very much in Europe, and where to find kind of that balance, or I don't know if you can speak to that.
I think that's the reason why I call myself eclectic Wiccan, is because I am of mixed heritage, and so I have learned from elders from different backgrounds. And we always believe in take what works for you, chuck the rest. So there are times when I will call upon my Polynesian deities. There are times when I call upon my Grecian deities, my Egyptian and whatnot. And so it just depends on what my intention and my purpose is at that time as to how I work with it. And that's why I say eclectic, because for me, it's a mix. It's not just targeting Celtic or this one path.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that, because I in kind of the beginning of this journey, I also, like, this was 2 years ago, so I did return home back to Guam for better part of a month. And while I was there, I was trying to search for anything that was like literature or even oral tradition about the ancient beliefs prior to Christianity, prior to enslaving the ancient peoples, prior to Magellan landing. And so I was looking for what I could regarding that as far as the ancient beliefs, because I, like you, was I like you am like very much interested in that notion of like you take what works, you chuck the rest. And I had a really great conversation where somebody said to me, it's like, you are the Western world, Western cis white society is all about mastery. It's teaching us about mastery. We have to master things. We have to be the master of this notion, this concept. But, our tradition is like, we're about learning and inclusion and trying to be and not mastering, just being the best version of yourself is a way to to go to move forward with that. So I thank you for sharing that with me, because it's definitely affirmed where I feel like my where I'm going. And and we'll probably have a much deeper and richer chat after this about more other things.
So I did want to take a moment. So Marissa had commented about tarot as like therapy, as self-care. I recommend Rachel's book. It's very interesting. Just kind of this intuitive approach to tarot. There's also a book, The Tarot for Self-Care, which has some great pointers in it, and just taking that time to kind of see what your subconscious brings up and being honest with yourself about how you interpret the cards. So I recommend those. So with our last little bit of time here, tomorrow will be Halloween. We're going to have a full moon. It just feels like this magical time. And Tammy, you had sent a really interesting article about witchcraft and sort of that, death and life, and sort of what Halloween and Samhain and this time means. And I'm just curious, I don't know. I'm just curious about your thoughts on that and what people might want to do to honor the dead, or to honor their loss this year, should they have had it.
There's always life, death, and rebirth. It's the natural balance. And Samhain is that time when we really focus on that. We really remember. This is kind of like our New Year's. It's a reset. So it's, what can I let go of? Where can I move forward? Where can I get out of my own way? What do I need to bring in? And we call upon our ancestors and our beloved dead to kind of help and guide us at that point. So it's no different than going to the graveyard to go see Grandpa and asking him a question and hoping he'll answer. It's just, we can do that anywhere. And at Samhain, we believe that the veil between the worlds is thin and easier to communicate through. We communicate with them all year long, but especially now. I also will have more information on my Facebook page that will post tomorrow about Samhain. So if anyone wants to get more details, they can read more about Samhain there. But it's really just about the balance of life and death, the new and the old. Where do I need to focus? Where do I need to work? And some ancestor, some guide giving you some advice that might pay off. But you can leave out anything, whatever that person likes. So say you have a favorite ancestor that's passed on. Did they like cigars? Did they like a certain food? Did they like a certain drink? Leave a little bit out for them. We call it a dumb supper. I place an empty chair at my table. I put a plate. I put a cup. I do all the utensils like I would if I was going to eat there. And I put those favorite foods there, and I invite that person to come and enjoy that food. And whether I hear them or feel them or not, they know that they're welcome there. And that's a great, easy way to give honor. Writing a list. Write a list of all the people that you've lost or all the things that you've lost. Give honor to it. You can read it off. You can burn it after. You can ring bells to it. Whatever speaks to you. It doesn't have to be a true pagan way. What speaks to you? What in your heart of hearts says, hey, this is me giving honor to this person or thing that's passed on?
Oh, I love it.
Wow.
So yeah, thank you for that.
That's lovely, and that is something that anybody can do to have that, to have that connection and that reminder. That's very beautiful. Sorry, Joe, go ahead.
No, it's just there's definitely, like, we have this kind of set up in the house already as like the place where all the ancestors live, but to take that time to have that to make it present. I think like this is Catholic tradition coming out in me, where it's like, you do it every single time and that's how you remember. And so in this way, it's like, there's this, that's the remembrance that's happening by actually creating that space for them. So that's really great.
Oh, wow. Oh my gosh. There's just so much, this is such a rich subject matter, to dive into. So thank you so much for spending, a little bit of time with us tonight and sharing your thoughts. Any other final, just, we got a few minutes left here. I don't know if the comment section, if anybody has some favorite witch films they want to throw out that we didn't discuss that they, that we might want to comment on. Is there any witch movies that we like left, that are just like, oh, I want to talk about it or witch stuff?
Well,
did anybody do witchy things when they were? Oh, thank you, Jackie from Jersey Ghouls. Happy Halloween.
Hi, Jackie.
I did forget to mention Charmed.
Yes.
And that was, and I don't know why. I don't know why, but it was like that was like my hard entrance into like the kind of like 90s. I say the 90s because it's informed heavily by The Craft, but like the 90s gothy witch. The Craft was definitely my entrance into that. One thing I do appreciate about The Craft, for as campy kooky as it could be, as it ended up being, like it did definitely take from the like, we're gonna have all the mythologies in it. So I think it was season 5 or 6 where we have the Greek gods and the leprechauns and Excalibur and the Sword and the Stone. And so, right. I mean, looking back on it, I did appreciate that. Ashley, you had something for The Craft, or no, for Charmed. Oh, I don't know.
I definitely grew up on that. Watching it maybe a little bit later than like when it was actually airing, because it was something I watched every day while I got ready for school. It was on like, I don't know, TBS or the CW, whatever the CW was before. So I rewatched and watched that show and pretended that I was a witch when I was little. Maybe I wasn't pretending. I don't know.
I just see Marissa's comment. Her grandmother was a practitioner of Santeria.
Oh wow!
Mm-hmm. We actually have, I believe, in San Diego, we actually have a store that is run by a Santera, but I'm not sure if it still exists.
Tammy might know.
So we have a couple of botanicas here in town. I think the one you're thinking of, though, is Botanica Mama Roots on Adams. It's the first one San Diego had. It's still around. Go see iStar. Tell her Tammy says hi. She's great. All of her people are great, and great energy when you walk in. So that's probably the one you're thinking of, and I think it's the best one in town, personally.
That's awesome.
Very cool. Thank you for sharing that, Marissa. That's awesome. Yeah, a lot of these movies do have good soundtracks. Actually, the Craft soundtrack was talked about earlier today. If you were listening to the and I'm hoping that they'll release it as a podcast, because I'd like to listen to the conversation again. But Matt and Scott from Horror Movie Night talked about the Craft soundtrack, which I don't know. I have such a Lilith Fair heart, so for me, like, I love the Craft soundtrack. There's just lots of great women, good songs on it, just reminds me of the 90s, Sarah McLachlan, and she's not on there, but it just reminds me of like that, the magic of like the 90s, that kind of vibe, where just, there was such this sense of empowerment and sense that things were changing for women in the craft, I feel like kind of pulled some of that in, and, so there's some great songs on that album.
And see, like, I love Princess Nokia, which ended up being like one of the. That's the pull quote that a lot of the reviewers were doing for what's it called for the Craft Legacy, was like talking about Princess Nokia's politics, and I was like, well, I mean, if it gets more people to listen to Princess Nokia, it'd be great. Specifically, how she basically was, sampled by Ariana for Seven Rings, but like, we're not going to really talk about that. This is just me and my pop sensibility.
That's your magic, Joe. You know, that's your magic. You just know all of it, all the pop stuff. I thought it was fun. You know, I mean, yeah, the music in it was a good time. You know, overall, if I was myself, like if I was still like the way I was when I was 12 or 13, I would have loved the Craft Legacy as well. You know, and I would have been hardcore into Sabrina. I just, you know, I have, you know, just bigger thoughts than I did then. You know what I mean? Like I was saying with Chaos, with the Chilling Adventures of Sabrina, it's just, you know, I just find it very problematic that's supposed to be so feminist, and then it's like, oh, but the devil is a man, and all of our power is based in him. You know, it's just like there's just still these kind of problematic conversations, which again exist within all of the witchery movies. Look at this; she's just is so, you know, it's not Hemlock this time; it's Lilium. She just will not stop. Anyways, all right. Well, I think we have to wrap it up. This was so much fun again. Thank you so much, Ashley, our favorite final Goyle, for joining us. Thank you. And lovely Tammy, thank you. We do hope that you'll join us again on a future podcast for Fright School, because there is so much more to discuss with you and so much more to explore here. I would do I would say please consider donating to the Scares That Cares. They're running it there at the bottom, so please donate. It's such a cool organization and what they do. And Horror Movie Night is you can win a prize. So
before we
yes,
sorry,
Joe.
one more Tammy, can you give just a brief shout out to your Etsy store?
Oh, yes.
And where people can find you that way.
Yes, so on Etsy you can find me at Broomsticks Designs. The logo is a little witch, looks just like me. Or you can find me on Facebook under Broomsticks, same logo. You'll see the 10-year banner. I'm happy to help anybody with anything that I can make. I make candles, bath and body, etc., etc. Just look at the page. If you can't find it, message me. I'll make it for you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, that is awesome, and we'll have links and stuff to that in the show notes as well. Yeah. Oh my gosh, this was so much fun. It was fun to sort of revisit some of my favorite witchy things. Of course, my favorite witchy thing is Joe.
Joshua, you're my favorite witchy thing.
Oh my gosh, we were watching the Hocus Pocus live thing that was going on earlier, and Elvira called herself a vampire, which I was a little confused by, because I always thought of Elvira as a witch. And in the film, she's a witch, or at least she has magical powers. So I thought that was interesting. So I don't know, where there's like revisionist history happening.
Well, Joshua, I mean, there's very much revisionist history, because they did a whole thing about how the Sanderson sisters got kicked out of Hogwarts, which I was like, this is too much. Maybe they saw the transphobia on the wall.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah. Anyway, I love you all. I can't wait to have this conversation again, because we need to do this again when we have definitely more time.
Oh my gosh, and when we can all sit together in a room again, when will we be able to do that?
And call the circle. Call the quarter.
Well, thank you again all for joining us. Thank you so much, Horror Movie Night, for having us on. This was so much fun, and just all day long, the conversations have been awesome. They've been just filled with delightful content, and it's still continuing. So stick around and keep on watching. Joe, I adore you. Good
Joshua,
night.
Matt, I adore you.
Just one last time, thank you, Joshua and Joe. Joe, you joined us earlier for the round of I Can't Believe I Did That, where we just shared some of our deepest, darkest secrets and childhood trauma. And Josh, I said this earlier on the show. I've said this to every single one of the people that have joined us, but I couldn't do this without any of you guys. You guys have all just been such wonderful additions to my life and my I mean, I'd hate to say podcasting career, because you got to get paid to have a career. But like the friendship and the reach of the people that have become focal points in my life is never ending. So thank you so much for taking an hour out of your time to join us for this. And I am so excited for when we can do this again one day, hopefully all at one house, sitting on a couch, just watching a bunch of bad movies. But
yes,
I will real quick. I will drop off for just 30 seconds to let you tell people where they can check out more Fright School, and then we are doing the final segment of the live stream.
Yay! So, Fright School, we're on all your favorite podcatchers. We're on Spotify, we're on iTunes, we're on SoundCloud, all those things. Google Play.
Definitely on Google Play. And yes, please rate us, subscribe. We have merch on TeePublic. If you go to teepublic.com/Fright School, you can pick up some of our merch. We have Joshua's 5 favorite witches, my 5 favorite witches, and then we have some other really fun merch ideas. If you really like Eric Northman from True Blood, then you definitely want to get our Scandinavian Baldwin shirt, designed by the awesome Brendan Haley. So please like, rate, subscribe, and we'll see you every Monday in your feeds.
And your earballs.
All right, that was the boys from Fright School. Go and check out their podcast. It is fantastic. I highly recommend it. And now, Scott is back in the building. Well, his house. He's been there the whole time, but still, he's here. And we are about to do my favorite Halloween tradition over here at Horror Movie Night is when we do this crazy, stupid draft idea that I have to give credit where credit's due. I stole it from the podcast, All Fantasy Everything. I love those guys. They are super cool dudes, very supportive of the podcast community in general. And we are joined by 2 other people who I find extremely supportive of the podcasting community. And I'm super glad that they are part of it. We have, first and foremost, she's been sitting here waiting for like 15 minutes because the early bird always gets the worm. Ashley Victoria Robinson of Geek History Lesson. Hey, the first time on anything Horror Movie Night. This is so exciting.
That's wild because I have 4 t-shirts. So many t-shirts. And we have had Matt on Geek History Lesson. He will be back at some point when our schedule goes back to normal. But I'm so excited to be here. I hope I don't disappoint anyone.
And also joining us, my friendship with this man began when I stalked him online because I liked his podcast so much. And then I somehow convinced him to meet me in Boston, and we became really good friends. I got his podcast on the Geekscape Network. He's been on Horror Movie Night twice, and he is legitimately one of the funniest people I've ever met. Robert Bacon of 91 Donkey Lane in a fisheye lens.
Yeah.
Oh, we're fancy.
Yeah, if anybody can hear or see me, I am stuck in a 90s music video. I have upset Puffy several times. Puffy is very upset at me. No, thank you, Matt, for having me on. Big fan of you. Super fun. Been watching. Very excited for this. Nice to meet you, Ashley. Look at your setup. I mean, God, I look like fucking garbage. I look like
all credit where credit is due.
Rave.
It's all credit is due to Jason Inman, who set all this up because I don't know how any of this works.
You can
see the ring light in my glasses.
Yeah, you look like a good YouTuber, and I look like some guy in some part that used to be Russia, who's selling Fanta out of the back of his house.
Fanta's great. How much you got?
I have so much Fanta, you guys. I need to get some Fanta off my chest.
So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna this is the first time we've done this with a camera. So I'm gonna say Scott and I sit this out. Bacon and Ashley, you are gonna rock paper scissors to decide who gets to pick the order in which we do our draft. So, Bacon, you ready for this?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. I'll let you two do the count off because I think that's someone that's not the two of you will throw this off. But here we go.
Are we going to do 1, 2, 3, shoot?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And throw on shoot. All right. Here we go.
1, 2, 3, shoot.
Looks like Ashley won with the scissors.
Ashley won.
All right. Ashley. So, normally we do round robin. I want to do the actual way that drafts are supposed to be done, which is serpentine. So the person who's fourth gets to pick twice, and then it goes back, and the person who picked first then gets 2 picks. It's slightly more competitive that way. Scott looks really confused. Don't worry, I'll keep us on track.
No, I got it. It wasn't my confusion. It was me thinking that that's bullshit, but okay.
Ashley, pick the order in which you want people to go.
I want it to go Bacon, Scott, Matt, and me.
Okay.
Wow.
Taking that hot corner at the end there.
You got to do the drag lineup where you save the best for last.
That is true. Very true. All right. So, Bacon, I know that you've compiled your list. When we were texting earlier, you actually had pretty much the second I threw this idea at you, you were compiling a list. So, you get the top pick of your list. No competition. What are you going for?
I needed that. As soon as you sent this to me, I wrote all 5, and you said, "Hey, Bacon, make 15." You know, like somebody might take your idea. Remember?
Actually, pause for a second, because I just realized I didn't even describe. We all know what we're drafting. I didn't tell anybody else what we were drafting. So what we are drafting, we've posted on a bunch of social media. We are drafting scary moments from non-horror movies. Now, we let this go up to like your discretion. I think the example I used was like Aliens. I would consider in the horror genre, so I wouldn't say a scene from Alien, but like if Hocus Pocus somehow scared you at some point, like that is a kid's movie. I wouldn't put that in the horror category. So that's kind of the rules we're playing within. Sorry, Bacon, go. Everyone gets 5 picks. That's a brilliant question that someone just threw in there.
Fuck, I didn't know we only got 5. Also, Matt, you might want to change the background.
Oh yeah, no, I guess we're not Fright School anymore. And we are horror movie night now. All right, Bacon. Sorry, I cut you off. What is that first pick?
Look, Matt, you told me, you said, Bacon, you're going to need to have at least 15 picks for this, because you never know if somebody's going to take your pick. And I didn't listen to your advice at all. I had my 5 picks directly out of the gate, so I'm very happy to go first, because I know at least I'll get my number 1. So you said to me, moments from non-horror movies that scared you. And instantly in my head, Toy Story. I mean, toys. I mean, my toys. You know, the things they've seen. You know, the places they've been. You know, the idea that these things were sentient during all of this is really just like one of the most terrifying things I've ever had happen. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so brave on this podcast right now. But yeah, the idea of sentient toys, yeah, that really scares me. Yeah.
This is also because you beheaded Funkos on horror movie nights.
Yeah, you have absolutely decapitated a Funko Pop on camera for us at least once.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys could see the Funko Pops back there, but I recently had a birthday, and Nate Lopez bought me another 11 doll. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have 10 11 dolls.
Why?
One more, and I'm officially a sexual predator.
I was gonna say someone's got to get you one for the holiday season.
Yes.
All right, so I'm writing down Toy Story, the sheer concept that your toys know what you do. Seen the things you do. All right, Scott, how about you over there?
Since I have the opportunity to take this one, I should ostensibly pick something else from this film that is kind of pedestrian. Everyone who makes lists of non-horror horror moments would pick that. And I don't want to be that guy. So I am going to go with a more offensive moment in Pee-wee's Big Adventure, the blood gum. Fuck me up as a child. So horrifying to me.
So
Not Marge, the blood gum.
I also have a non-large Marge Pee-wee's Big Adventure option on my list. That movie is just filled with terrifying moments.
I don't know why we haven't done it as a legit horror movie night episode, because it's horror.
Yeah, I mean it's right there on the precipice of it. I thought for sure when Ashley revealed the list of people and I was in third place, that there was no way I was going to get this. The Judge Doom reveal in Who Framed Roger Rabbit, where his eyeballs fall out of his face, his voice gets all high pitched, and then the dagger eyes shoot out of his skull, destroyed me for years.
The dip, it's the whole concept of the dip is really fucked up too.
Well, and it goes even further then, because then the dip spills on him and he's got that high-pitched scream as he's melting. And the last like 5 minutes, I didn't see the last 5 minutes of that movie until like 10 years after I'd watched the first half of that movie. Like, I was so afraid.
That movie ruined Back to the Future like a little bit for me, because I had only known him as like Dr. Emmett Brown, right? At this point,
yeah.
Right? When was Who Framed Roger Rabbit? When did that come out?
That was right before. No, it was 88. So it was right before Back to the Future Part 2.
Oh, that movie's older than I am.
And I'm older than all of you.
So, I mean, unless we have anything else to say about Roger Rabbit, I guess Ashley over there gets the 2 picks back to back.
Hell yeah. So my first one is, everything on here is stuff that scared me, and I have since gone back and I have watched as an older person or as an adult person. I still can't watch this scene when it comes up. I still cover my eyes, or I like respectfully look away if I think people are going to make fun of me. And that is in Fellowship of the Ring, when Bilbo and Frodo are reunited in Rivendell, and Bilbo gifts to Frodo the mithril shirt and Sting and asks to see the ring one last time, and that fucking puppet opens up and his eyes get all squishy. And I think one of the reasons why it is so amazing and so terrifying is because it is practical, and practical effects are always better. Practical effects enhanced by digital effects. That's a hill I will die on. Still only saw that the first time I saw Fellowship of the Ring. Haven't seen it in the subsequent times. Lord of the Rings is my favorite fictional property, and I can't believe that sweet baby Bilbo would do such a thing. I think it's so scary. So when Matt asked me to do this, I was like, that's number one, like bar none. I have to get that scene. I know there's other like actual monsters in Lord of the Rings, but I'd rather take a dragon than an addicted hobbit. I just can't. I can't deal with it. Thank you, Bacon, for joining Matt and I in the Glasses Club tonight.
Thank you.
Scott, I'm expecting something from you soon.
Yeah, I'm an honorary. I wore glasses my entire life. I got LASIK, so I'm an honorary glasses person. Is that okay?
LASIK,
Are those the glasses you had to wear
I see
after
how
getting
it goes.
LASIK?
Yeah, I'm not rich. Okay. Okay, I think we understand. I live in like the former Yugoslavia, and
But you do have 10, 11 Funko Pops. I think that means you're
okay.
rich.
Yeah.
So after Bilbo, let me see what my notes say that I can barely read because they're in a bright green ink. It's an animated movie that before the pandemic happened, I was actually supposed to be in the play version of. So hopefully that'll still happen someday. And that is the entire animated adaptation of Watership Down.
Yes!
Richard Adams.
Yes!
Oh my
classic.
God.
Yes, I tried to watch that during quarantine.
I mean, it's incredible. It's beautiful. It is like classic animation, but anytime something creepy happens, or Fiverr's having a fit, or when Bigwig gets stuck in the trap, it's horrifying. And then the scene where the, spoiler alert for like a 50-year-old book, where the mother rabbits are eating their kits, like they're just covered in blood, and they're very like anatomically correct rabbits as well. It's not like this foo-foo Disney animations. It's very, very scary. And Watership Down, I think, is an incredible book. It's got amazing mythology. There's gonna be a lot of fantasy picks in my list, if you can already tell. And that whole movie, while I don't recommend showing it to like an actual child because it is terrifying. But between that and the Netflix series, go watch the original one. It will fuck you up, but it's gorgeous. The Netflix series she's no bueno.
I had to watch that movie in like English class in 7th grade. And
my mom brought it home from the library being like, this is a cartoon.
And then it has very midsummer vibes. It's terrifying. The whole movie's scary.
I think Midsommar is a great comparison, and I think if you're into like pagan horror, it's probably going to be your jam.
That's my number one, pagan horror.
Yeah, high five through the internet.
You know what? I had something else written down as my number 2, but with you going animated, I'm gonna go with a pick that still bothers me to this day when I watch it. The donkey transformation in Pinocchio. Like the kid just scream, and I think it's the kid screaming for his mom while his mouth slowly transforms into a braying donkey destroys me. And I know why Bacon's laughing. It's because on his podcast, Adam Sandler, Please Stop, they also watched the Roberto Bellini Pinocchio, which has the worst donkey transformation scene you've ever seen in your life.
It's the best donkey transformation.
But yeah,
I gotta tell you a quick thing about that fucking scene. All right, in Pinocchio. So I was a good kid, maybe not such a great adult, but a good kid, right? And I watched Pinocchio one night, and my sister had a friend over, and they were having a sleepover. I was like 6, right? And dog's having a fight. Sorry. But I was watching Pinocchio. My sister had a friend over for a sleepover, and I was just repeating the line, "I'm an ass, I'm an ass." My mom washed my fucking mouth out with soap.
Oh,
yeah. I was the only Kelly to get the soap treatment. It sucks. It's not great.
I'm not even the oldest kid. What the fuck? PD, Tom, I'm sorry, but PD has passed away. That was Finnegan. That was mad at Albie.
Oh. All right, Scott. So it's up to you again.
So, like, this is the thing that sucks about these is I forgot that we only have X amount, first of all. And second of all, there's shit that I don't necessarily want on my list for the draft, but I don't want anyone else to have it. So it's like, I mean, my last one I know no one's going to touch because it's obscure as fuck. But like, man, it's hard. I think I got to go with something that's pretty obvious. But maybe no one else has it on the list. I don't know. But the Wheelers in Return to Oz are straight nightmare fuel. And I have to give a big shout out to my wife, Megan, who introduced me to that shit because I had never watched Return to Oz until we started dating. And she was like, let's watch this movie. It's fun. And I was like, what are we watching? This is fucking crazy.
That movie is so much more scary than The Wizard of Oz. And people will talk about like things in The Wizard of Oz that like freaked them out as kids and gave them nightmares. And it's like, you clearly didn't watch Return to Oz then, because Return to Oz is awfully terrifying.
Return to Oz is way closer to the L. Frank Baum books than the original Wizard of Oz movie was. Like, the original Wizard of Oz movie is very Disney-fied compared to and obviously not made by Disney, but compared to what actually happens in those books. So if you've also never checked out those OG books, there's a lot of darkness there as well.
It seems like that's a common thing to happen in these old books. Every time you're like, oh, did you think that story was scary? Well, if you ever read the original one, it was mostly by skeletons. And
so question.
Like, oh, in the original. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I've never read the original Wizard of Oz book, but when I first got back into comics, they were putting out like the Marvelous World of Oz comic book series.
The Young ones.
Yeah. And I remember reading those and being horrified that, at least in that comic book, and I'd imagine that it's from the actual book, that the origins of the Tin Man was that it was a man who was cutting down a tree and kept cutting off his limbs and replacing them with tin body parts until eventually he had turned his entire body into tin.
Yeah, like low-key a Borg.
Well, like, why tin? Why not something that's a little bit more like, if I'm going to change myself into a metal, I'm going to pick something that's not fucking tin.
I think because tin soldiers, right, and like tin toys would have been very popular at the time.
Maybe, I guess, but
Get out of here with your logic. I know
you didn't know you secretly brought me here for my English degree, which has been useless in all other aspects of my life.
All right, Bacon, you get 2 picks. Your second and third pick.
Oh, You fools! You've given me too much power.
Shut up, Tom. By the way.
I can't believe this one hasn't been taken. Toys, the Robin Williams film.
The whole movie.
The whole movie. I don't understand. The idea.
Is your whole list just
that,
toys?
Why
Toy
make
Soldiers is coming up, or Small Soldiers is the next one, whatever.
Why make a movie about toys that can explode or shoot you? Why? Why put such a dangerous idea out there? People use toys for different things. I don't want to have to think about my toys exploding. And that idea
Or
is
watching
really
you
good.
masturbate.
Yeah, let's not, I'm talking about the toys.
All right, so you've got Toy Story, and then you've got toys. I mean, I'm not going to venture to guess what the third pick is, but what's your third pick?
Christopher Robin.
The movie or as a concept?
The movie, Christopher Robin. What's a grown man doing with all these toys?
God damn it, Bacon. It's not just what you're saying. It's also the fact that you're saying with these massive sunglasses and a fisheye lens, you look like
Biff Tannen from Back to the Future too.
Actually, yes. It's insane. This is the most insane part of the day.
Look, you guys, all I'm saying is, why isn't anybody asking Christopher Robin about all these questions about his toys? How come nobody harasses Christopher Robin about his toys? He's a grown man with a bunch of toys. He's running off in the woods with short shorts, doing what he wants to do. That's awesome. I need to take a bunch from somebody else. Yeah.
The layers of this is like, because my favorite thing about the insanity of all this is also that Bacon keeps drawing attention to his pop figures behind him.
Also, my queen's just sitting right there, just watching. She's waving hi, everybody.
So, Scott, third pick for you. What do you got?
All right, I'm going with the heart eating scene in Temple of Doom. So disturbing. I'm not going with actually, I think that I'm noticing a bit of a theme in mine, not necessarily as strong as Bacon's, but my theme is definitely around consuming and being consumed, and I'm not a fan of this. Don't like it.
Don't watch
Don't watch any zombie movie.
So I am going to go with something that I actually am shocked hasn't gotten picked here, and maybe it's because we all decided that this falls more into the horror category than I do, but the original Witches, the Witches unmasking sequence.
Heck yeah!
That made me like physically ill as a child. Like I could not. I just could not handle that sequence at all. And another one similar to Who Framed Roger Rabbit, years. I think I was in college when I saw the rest of the Witches, because that scene just fucked me up. So, the theme with these is that they're all movies my mom rented for me at one point or another. So.
Your mom is terrifying you.
Mrs. Kelly, this is all your fault.
Yeah.
So, Ashley, we are back to you with your third and fourth pick.
My third and fourth pick. The first one is admittedly, through a contemporary lens, problematic and scary in and of itself because of the racial stereotypes, which it delves in, but that's not why I'm picking it. It is from the Disney Pocahontas movie, the scene where Thomas breaks in on Pocahontas and John Smith kissing, and then Kocoum breaks in on them, and then Thomas shoots Kocoum. That, as a kid, really messed with me. I lived in a house that had 2 rooms in the basement, and I would run into the other room until I heard the sound of his body splashing in the water so that I could come back in, and I knew that the scene was over. I did not watch that movie without covering my eyes till I was well into my teenage years. And I'm happy that I'm not the first person to pick a Disney movie, because Disney did a lot of us very dirty, I'm coming to learn from this live stream. And I know that's like an oddly specific one that's not going to make anyone else's list, but that's just a personal trauma. And then around the same time, I really wanted to see the movie E.T. : The Extraterrestrial. And I think everybody knows that quarantine scene, which is like very triggering right now, where they're all coming in the space suits, and then sort of as it leads into Elliot and E.T. being in two different rooms, which I saw E.T. last year all the way through for the first time. And I learned that that's most of the way through the movie. Like, I had seen most of the movie by that point, but there was something about that many authority figures with their faces covered that I really could not abide. And I still think it's very, very scary, but not in the same way that I did when I was 6 and lacked any idea of context or stakes.
All right, so I'm looking at these, and I think I'm going to have to go with this one. A movie that we actually talked about on Horror Movie Night, I want to say about 2 Halloweens ago, was Little Monsters. And there's a lot there's a lot of creepy stuff in Little Monsters. But again, another scenario where I was watching the movie, totally fine, something happened, ran from the living room and didn't watch it again until my teenage years, was that there's a kid talking to a monster, and the monster grabs the child's head and just rips it off of his body and replaces it with a doll head. And that's just supposed to be an acceptable, normal thing in a PG kids movie from 1993. So that
whole movie just made me feel ill as a child.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you, just Howie Mandel has a creepy energy about him just overall. And it really comes off in Little Monsters. And like how he's funny, but in like the school bully kind of funny way that kind of tickles you the wrong way, right?
Dude, it's called cocaine.
Well, when we were talking about it on the podcast, I know we kept saying like it's so clear that Howie Mandel is hoping that this is his Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
And but like he's forgetting that like the charm of Beetlejuice is that he's only in the movie for about 10 minutes. And B, that like the charm of Beetlejuice is that you're not supposed to root for him, but like there's something likable about him. But in this, he's supposed to be your hero. Like he's supposed to be the guy that you're like, hell yeah. And like he's in the movie way too much for how obnoxious that character is. And then Tom asked, and I believe the answer is yes, Howie Mandel is a clean freak.
Yeah,
I think that's
like
true.
OCD, or he's just straight edge. Like I don't quite understand what.
No, I think he's got OCD. I think he's one of he's like the guy from you can't do that on television. Double Dare. I forget his name.
I think
has
shake
OCD as
people's
well.
hands or touch other people.
Yeah, he won't like shake hands. He's like a germaphobe.
Turns out he was right.
Yeah.
Jokes on the rest of us.
Yeah. Howie Mandel, like I love this.
Told you. I called it.
All right, Scott, we are back to you for your 4th pick.
All right, I'm going with what I'm surprised no one else has gone with. The Velociraptor intro to Jurassic Park was one of the most horrifying things I ever saw. It kept me up nights. I couldn't eat. I couldn't sleep. I was a wreck for a good 2 weeks after seeing that for the first time.
You're talking about the eat her part, right? Or shoot her part in the very beginning? Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure. Because there's a lot of Velociraptor moments.
Bacon, stop it. Too fucking good.
The dedication to the bit is incredible.
Clever Bacon.
Bacon, so your 4th and final pick. What other toy movies did you think of?
Hold on, my phone can't recognize me with these giant glasses. Get this. All right. Okay. Wait, the 4th and final?
4th and then your 5th and final pick.
All right, thank God. I can't believe anybody didn't get these. My 4th one is Ghost. Like, do you guys think that your significant other could come back and like watch you Like, do you think they'd be able to see like everything that you're doing? Like, do you think that they'd be able to like watch you when you're like playing with your toys?
Your toy pottery wheel and your little Play-Doh sculpture.
Yeah, like I don't like the idea of a dead significant other like watching me, during my own, my own time. I don't like that. Also, those demons that come and suck you down, those are scary too.
All right, your last
and my last one, Wally. I just really don't like the idea of somebody going through my trash.
I might have a Wally within reach. Too far.
Also, I don't know. I mean, robots in love. That's an abomination. That's all.
It's 2020. You're not allowed to say that anymore, man.
The robots are gonna kill me in the future.
I'm trying to remember. I think it was Broad City. Maybe it was Broad City. I was watching something where they're like, the love relationship between human and robots is going to be the civil rights battle of our generation. All right, so this one bounces back to Scott. Scott, for your final pick.
So who's Bold T?
He's just a fan of Geekscape, so he follows their YouTube channel.
Man,
I don't know who it is.
He's right on though. The pubes growing in peanut butter solution, it was quite horrifying. When you're a preteen or you're a child and you don't know what happens when you hit puberty, and you're like, you have to like watch out for them growing out of your pant legs. It's one of those times where you're just like, this is what I think is so horrible about growing up. Being a child. The horrifying part of childhood is having half of the information you need, right? Like,
Yeah.
The example that I love to use from my own personal experience is my mom told me that you have to take bay leaves out of soup before you serve it, because if you can't eat bay leaves because they'll cut your throat. And I thought she meant like basically it'll slice your fucking neck open and you'll bleed out. And so like my mom doesn't remember this at all. But this is what kids do, is they take that little nucleus of information and they build a world around it that isn't necessarily true, and like that's what I'm talking about, the peanut butter solution. We don't know what pubes do. We think it's like your hair on speed, we're like, peanut butter solution really gives you unfair expectations about what puberty is going to be like. It's horrifying, I mean, I don't know. There are a million examples of the shit that your parents gave you inadequate amounts of information about, and we just, as humans, connect the dots, and then we're like, the world is horrifying. I want to just watch Disney. And then Disney's no good because you got, white men killing Native Americans and over nothing. And we have, robots going through our trash or watching us sleep and eat and poop and do all sorts of things that the normal public shouldn't know about. And, it's just, it's very, very nerve-wracking. Disney's not helping.
We tell children all this magical stuff and we like make up this fantasy world for them, so then when we give them normal information, of course they're like going to misinterpret it. They think that people come at the middle of the night and take your teeth and give you money.
Yeah, they're like, well, what's stopping the tooth fairy from taking the rest of my teeth and giving me money for it? You don't know. You don't know.
Yeah, and then you show a kid American History X and the teeth stomping scene. And
like,
it just shows their whole world.
I got so much money.
So Scott, your final
pick. Bags of bubble gum with those.
All right, so Scott, your final pick there, buddy.
All right, I saved this one for last because it is so stinking obscure. It's something that I saw on like Channel 8 on a Sunday afternoon when I was like 7 or 8 years old. I come into this scene, I turn on the TV, it's like 2 p.m. I wasn't ready. I don't know who would be ready. This was just basically like a case of absolute bad luck. But have you guys ever seen The Beastmaster from 1985 or 6.
I think it's 84, but yeah, I know where you're going with this because you've threatened to pick this for our podcast many times.
Yeah. Ashley, Bacon, have you guys ever seen the Beastmaster?
I've played the Beastmaster on Sega Genesis.
I think you mean Altered Beast, don't you?
No, I played Beastmaster.
All right. So the Beastmaster is just Kmart Conan, right? So it's a sword and sandal movie, and we young Scott comes upon this on a Sunday afternoon, turning on the TV, thinking it's going to be just some run-of-the-mill sword and sandal thing, like Spartacus or something. I don't know. So we have the Beastmaster, who's this well-oiled, muscular, blonde man. He opens this cage, and this I don't know, some sort of slave or enslaved person, jumps out of this bamboo cage, and then fucking runs right into this bat creature who grabs him in his wings. They're like humans with they're humans with bat wings under their arms, and no eyes, no fucking mouth, no nose, and then it goes like this, and it vomits like digestive goo on him, and it sucks all of his skin and bones clean, and just leaves the bones go on the ground. And I was just like, what did I just see? And that is, it took me decades to find out that was in the Beastmaster. It was just one of those things that felt like a fever dream. And that's so incredibly dark for a movie like that.
Wow. Yeah, you've been talking about that scene for as long as I've known you. Oh, it's Megan and the dogs. So the last one that I have, and this is, I wouldn't say it's a deep cut, but it's a weird one. And I did a ton of research to kind of like jog my memory. So I was just searching like terrifying moments from kids' movies, and no one had this. And it wasn't until we were recording a different segment today where I was reminded of how much this scene fucked me up. But have either of you, I know Scott, or I've already had this conversation with Scott, have either of you seen Problem Child 2?
Yes.
No.
Do you know where I'm going with this, Bacon?
Yes. All of Problem Child is scary.
All of Problem Child is terrifying, but Problem Child living up to it.
I would argue that Problem Child is scarier than the Chucky movies.
Yeah, the Child's Play movies. Problem Child concept is that there's just a kid who's a bad kid, but like he gets away with it. Like imagine if like Dennis the Menace was truly psychotic. That's like
that's not the movie with Elijah Wood and Macaulay Culkin, is it?
No, that's The Good Son. That's The Good Son.
That movie still holds up. Watch that during quarantine. Really good, actually.
So Problem Child is based as a comedy. So it's got like Gilbert Godfrey and like John Ritter in it. Like it's supposed to be like, it's like, look at how funny this kid is getting into these hijinks. And one of the hijinks that he pulls is his dad, played by John Ritter, is getting married to a woman.
By the way, John Ritter in this movie is very unlikable. That's what
he's not a great character in this movie. He's getting married to a woman that the Problem Child doesn't like, and she has to go for like a regular surgery, like nothing like a routine surgery. So he thinks it's funny to switch the charts on the hospital bed. And she gets the chart for someone who's getting a nose job to have their nose extended like 2 feet. And it's this scene where she wakes up in the hospital, and it's shot like a horror movie, where she walks up to the mirror and she starts unwrapping her head and then flicks on the light, and she has this gigantic, frightening nose. And like I couldn't sleep for weeks after seeing this. Like I was so horrified. And like for years, when anybody I knew was going to the hospital, I had this irrational fear, which apparently isn't that irrational, unfortunately, that charts would get mixed up and that like something that wasn't supposed to be done to them would be done to them. Which is why like one of the scariest movies I've ever seen is this horror film called Sublime that no one's heard of, but that's the whole premise, is like a dude goes into the hospital and the charts get mixed up, and the hospital does anything in their power to not let that information out. So like that instilled a fear that still sits with me in my 30s in what is supposed to be a wacky comedy for kids. So
you didn't even say the most scary part about that movie. It goes to her face with a 2-foot-long nose, and then it immediately smash cuts to Pinocchio with a human nose on, and it's terrifying.
Well, and I remember that she gets like a giant rock rolls over her and it smashes her nose back to normal size just in time for the way. Movie's insanity. It's insanity.
That boulder didn't have
one
a
and
doctorate.
Yeah,
I have both of those on VHS down in the basement. Logan wants them, so he's gonna get them.
Yeah.
I want them out of the house.
And Ashley, you get
those are my dad's favorite movies. Whenever we go to the store to rent a movie on the weekend, like after our parents got divorced, we thought they were the funniest things ever made. So we watched Problem Child as like divorced children. That was the funniest shit of all time.
There's also the man that took her to see Mrs. Doubtfire and cried.
Yeah,
so
he did.
He had a weird.
That's fine.
So Mrs. I will. Well, I don't want to say what the scene is. We'll do our honorable mentions, but there's a scene in Mrs. Doubtfire that was absolutely on my list. Ashley, you get the final pick of the draft. What is it that you are walking off with?
So according to Wikipedia, this is a horror movie, although I never considered it to be a horror movie, and nobody ever talks about it as a horror. No one ever talks about it anymore. And that is, it's a very specific thing to me because I don't know if you can tell in the camera, but I bite my fingernails, so I don't have any fingernails. And in the movie Black Swan, there's a scene in the bathroom where Natalie Portman is like picking at her cuticles, which is a very common thing for me to do. And she pulls the piece of skin and it goes all the way up her arm. And even like, I've thought about it probably 5 times today. And I am like tingly and eked out right now talking about it. And I know it is meant to be scary and performative in a way that a lot of the other stuff that we talked about is not supposed to be. But like for me, more than body horror, and it is body horror in a way, but more than like serious gore or like violence, like that goes right, like my toes are tingling right now. It's so disgusting. And I don't know if that was in the original script. I don't know who suggested that, but whoever did that is definitely somebody with pica who bites their fingernails and picks at their cuticles, and it like goes right to. That's the scariest thing to me is like the idea that I would pull the entire skin off of my upper arm.
So before we dive into the honorable mentions, let's just reiterate what made it onto everyone's list. So over here with Bacon, he's got Toy Story, the sheer concept that toys see the things that he does. Toys, the whole concept of making a movie about toys. Christopher Robin, why is a grown man hanging out with all these toys? Ghost, the idea that my significant other could be watching me play with my toys, and also maybe the scary demons. And finally, Wall-E, I don't like the idea of someone going through my trash. Scott, your picks were Pee-wee's Big Adventure with the blood gum, Return to Oz with the Wheelers, the Temple of Doom heart-eating sequence, the Jurassic Park opening sequence with the shoot her, and the Beastmaster bat vomiting and melting a person
They're
sequence.
called Winged Devourers.
For mine, I picked.
Get it right. I paid the price.
I picked Who Framed Roger Rabbit's Judge Doom reveal, the donkey transformation sequence in Pinocchio, the witches unmask themselves in The Witches, the decapitation sequence in in Little Monsters, and the nose job botch in Problem Child 2. Finally, Ashley picked The Fellowship of the Ring. Bilbo asked to see the ring one last time. The entire movie of Watership Down. Thomas shoots Kocoum in Pocahontas. Jesus Christ. The quarantine sequence in the quarantine sequence in E.T. and Natalie Portman's nails in the Black Swan sequence. In the comments, please let us know some of your thoughts. Tom is already saying
Tom, yeah, like I gotta take issue with Tom here. Like I know that he's just ribbing us, but like, okay, listen. Willy Wonka, I was expecting someone else to get. It's on my long list. It was going to get an honorable mention if somebody didn't say it anyway, so no one gives a shit. Flash Gordon, no one cares about. It's better. I mean, that scene was done better in Dune anyway. And then we get Neverending Story, The Nothing She Told Me to do it.
I said that.
I don't think that The Nothing is very scary, personally.
That was my pick. It terrified me. I had nightmares for years as a child because of The Nothing.
Right, but like, so did my sister. But like for me, the Swamp of Sadness was worse than the Nothing. Personally,
I co-sign that.
But I feel like the Swamp of Sadness isn't so much a scary scene as it is just a emotionally destroying.
She said too.
Yeah,
listen, I get it.
Logan said this a few times, but the junior childbirth
CGI
nightmare
is bad.
sequence.
Yeah.
But so I feel like everyone was expecting for Pee-wee for it to be the large Marge sequence.
And I
but what
specifically said not large Marge because
Yeah.
the blood comes grosser.
So for me, it was the clown nightmare sequence in
Oh, yeah.
Pee-wee's Big Adventure, where it's like the clown orderlies running around a hospital rebuilding his bike, like freaked me out. Because you brought up Mrs. Doubtfire, I do have to say that my honorable mentions and my family will continue to bring this up for how badly it freaked me out. But like, I have an issue with like, if you look at the list, like people tearing off faces or anything like that bothers me. And there's the scene in Mrs. Doubtfire where the Mrs. Doubtfire mask falls out the window and it's just this lifeless face staring up from the street. No, like it getting run over was
like a cartoon.
Yeah, I was praying for it to get run over because seeing this human face with no eyes staring up at him was like so upsetting to me. And Stephen Bay is asking if anyone else had nightmares from the Jabberwocky, which I don't know what that's.
Wow.
Oh, I think he's talking about
Jabberwocky.
he's talking about the Jabberwockies on the MTV hit show. So you think you can dance?
That's like
I believe they were from America's Next Best Dance Crew.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
I'm trying. The only other big ones that I had, I asked around for a few suggestions. Someone mentioned, and I didn't even think about this, but it did scare me the first time I saw it. Is the Tusken Raider jump scare in Star Wars: The New Hope?
No, if we're talking scares in Star Wars, which I was gonna bring up, but we're limited to 5. I'm saying like the Sarlacc is way scarier. Like the whole concept of the
the
Sarlacc is
idea
way
of
scarier.
that's scarier than the actual thing because the thing's like a rubber practical effect.
No, I went to the sand dunes multiple times growing up.
And you thought you felt
I
like
was
Brad
like,
Pitt.
is
That
there
was
a
Yes.
Sorry, I guess it was 1,000 years.
cute.
You guys let him find it out.
How about you?
Everything okay during quarantine, guys?
I'm actually surprised that
We fight
nothing
about Star Wars all the time.
that nothing from Dune was brought up because someone did mention Dune earlier, and I was like, no, none of like the Baron, anything with him floating around from any of the Dune incarnations. It's always really gross. It's probably going to be even worse in the new movie, but I was like, Dune is pretty scary once you get past all the white savior-ness.
I mean, that's scary in 2020.
It is true, truly, yeah.
All right, I can't. I just think it would be really funny if the cops got called to Scott's house because you guys were having an argument over Star Wars.
Hey, you know, it could happen. And they keep on him doing his R2 beeps.
That's adorable. I love it.
I do my Wicked impression to make her not upset anymore.
I thought you said Wicked, and I was like, are you going to do the Elphaba riff from Defying Gravity for us right now?
Did not enjoy Wicked. Did not like it.
Listen, it's
Divorce.
it's fucking okay. It's just okay. I was disappointed.
The book is better.
So Bacon, if you had actually done this seriously, what were some of the
What are you
things?
talking about? I just seriously.
How
dare you?
I should always know that there's a bit. There's always a bit with
Look, I did 5. I haven't. You know what? I didn't think that there'd be an honorable mention. I didn't even bother to think past my 5. But you know what? I'll say for a comedy, I think Human Centipede is pretty scary sometimes.
Just a bit.
Well, you don't want to eat poop?
What?
I said you don't want to eat poop?
Yeah. No. I'd be number 2. I'd be the. I say you want to be the middle person.
I think you want to be the first person.
You get the full experience. Why go into Human Centipede if you're only going to get half the experience? I say full experience. Number 2, Human Centipede. Final answer.
The only other things that I had on my list, Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey, which I think Ashley is still not seen.
Have not.
She's seen the first and the third. She
just like Indiana Jones.
she skipped the middle. The very beginning of that movie where the evil robot Bill and Ted's rip off their flesh to reveal that they're robots underneath. Again, like I said, tearing off flesh, just as a kid, that was clearly a triggering thing for me every single time in a movie. where I would
and you know,
check
like,
the fuck out.
What about like the clone boy in Last Starfighter? Because that was on my long list too.
I was super late to Last Starfighter. I saw it for the first time this year during quarantine. So
it's a good time. Yeah. It's a good time. That's a piece of shit, but it's still a good time.
So obviously we are going to wrap this up soon. We are going to draw a name for someone who's won a prize pack for donating. Special thanks to all of the people who've been donating. Obviously the live stream might be over, but you can still continue to donate to Scares That Care at all times. They're an awesome charity that does some really great stuff. And you've even heard, Chris LaMartina was on here doing his commentary track for WNUF Halloween special, and he's worked with Joe. Joe appears in that movie and a couple of his other movies, and he has nothing but great things to say about Joe as a person who just has given so much of himself to help less fortunate people. So I always want to celebrate that, and it is a charity that we at Horror Movie Night can very easily get behind. But before we do the name drawing, let's real quickly throw to Bacon and throw to Ashley and let them talk about the other stuff that they do. Bacon, tell us a little bit about 91 Donkey Lane, and I believe another podcast of yours had an episode today.
Oh, yes. I'll talk about that one first. I do a podcast with a couple of my friends, Marie Maloney and Caleb George, called Adam Sandler, Please Stop. It's a podcast that went through every single Adam Sandler movie in order of theatrical release by fans of Adam Sandler who really love him, just asking him to stop doing this nonsense of just making movies with his friends. We finished all those, so then we went to Kevin James Never Start, and then we went to Rob Schneider, Could You Not? And then we went to on the Happy Madison, all through them. We recently released a new episode from Becky. It's a movie called Becky, where Kevin James is a Nazi bad guy. It is the closest thing to a movie Kevin James has ever done. So go ahead and check out that podcast. I also do a podcast. You can kind of see the poster for it back there. 91 Donkey Lane right here. This is 91 Donkey Lane Studios. It's a fantasy improv comedy podcast about two idiots who live in a magical apartment complex and can't get along. We have a lot of ghosts. We have a lot of meatloaf dogs. We have a lot of devil visits. In our recent episode, Nate opened up a portal to hell for our spooktacular. Every 5 episodes, we have a 5th episode spectacular. So that last episode was episode 55. So that was our 11th episode, 11th, 5th episode spectacular, and our first spooktacular. It's a nonsense podcast. Check it out. Super fun. 91donkeylane.com. We're on every podcasting app. You can check us out on Instagram. I draw random album art for every episode. It's super fun. And we also do a live Twitch streaming show on 2MB Studios called Poof, the Magical Game Show, which is just as fucking nonsense and just as weird. Basically, everything I've been spouting today is the podcast.
Wait, so meatloaf dogs, as in dogs made of meatloaf, or I won't do that?
You can check out if you go on YouTube and you search Robert Bacon on YouTube.
I'll pull this shit right up. Hold on a second. Actually, we will get to your promotion in just a second, but this is short enough that we can give people a quick little view of what they can expect if they check out 91 Donkey Lane. Pause that for a second. Here we go. We are going into a screen share, and I'll go full screen so everyone can enjoy the craziness that is 91 Donkey Lane. Full screen it, and here we go.
I can't hear it.
Turn the sound up, Matt.
Matt, bring the sound up.
I need to know about meatloaf dogs.
Yeah, can't hear it, Matt.
Oh, shit. Hold on a second. Sorry. I know what I did wrong. Let me stop that share. I always forget that if I do the screen share, I have to click. There's a second option that I have to click for audio as well. Share audio. There we go. All right, take 2.
Apartment complex that holds many magical secrets. Currently, it's inhabited by 2 idiots, Nate Lopez and Robert Bacon. who have no idea of its true power and refuse to get along. These are their adventures.
Now, we are whispering to you guys right now because we heard a murderer break into the house, and we both panicked like idiots in a horror film and hid in the closet. Try not to make too much noise.
I'm not making any noise at all.
But we've been in here for goddamn hours.
Yes, it's been a long time.
And I can't believe he hasn't found us yet because this goddamn meatloaf dog.
Yeah, this is Rover the meatloaf dog.
Get away from the closet. The murderer's going to find us. What is he even doing? He's just kind of hanging out right now. Hold on. Let's see if I can hear what he's doing. He's playing Wii U.
He's playing Wii U. Yeah, you can hear the Mario music.
Why is he playing?
I don't know. Well, sometimes you get caught up in one of those speed runs, you know? Yeah.
Anyway, he's just kind of hanging out in here.
Yeah, he's just, I don't know what his plan is.
Shh, meatloaf dog, you're going to get us killed. I hate that you're attached to this thing. You shouldn't have named him.
Well, I had to. I'm sorry. He was so cute. So I made a meatloaf. I set it for 350 degrees to, an hour, just like normal. And when it dings, I hear this little thing comes running out. Anyways, a meatloaf kind of turned into a dog. And so I'm keeping it.
It's filthy. It's
poops.
getting shit everywhere.
It shits little meatballs though. It's very
disgusting.
Cute. It's very cute.
It
They're very good too.
When it wags its dumb little tail, ketchup goes
everywhere. Shh, be quiet.
I'm sorry.
You keep raising your voice.
I don't know. Hold on. Let's see what he's doing. He's playing the maracas.
We have maracas?
I didn't have maracas.
Did he bring maracas? What kind of a murderer brings maracas?
Are we sure he's a murderer?
I mean, he's wearing a mask and carrying a machete covered in blood.
Dog is pissing.
Well, yeah. Careful.
Pissing.
It's actually gravy. Yeah. It's a little too salty. With some water or your own pee.
My clothes are going to reek like gravy.
And pee. It maintains some of that as well.
Oh, I hate living here.
So that was and Bacon animated all of that as well. So so just a triple threat over there. Thank you, Bacon, always for hanging out and just making things pure chaos. So I'll let you get with the rest of the Beastie Boys. Have a good one. Thank you so much. And Ashley, let's talk a little bit about Geek History Lesson.
Hell yeah. So you can follow me on Twitter and Instagram. It's right there. I'm bad at spatial. It's over here. Ashley V. Robinson. The V is very important. Ashley Robinson is a WNBA player. I don't want to fight for SEO. Please come there and send me cute pictures of Raul Coley. He is currently my celebrity crush. Very into Bly Manor. And I co-host the Geek History Lesson podcast with my partner in all things, Mr. Jason Inman. Our guest this week is DJ Wooldridge, and we have just shy of 350 episodes. So if you are desperate for something to listen to in the pandemic, we take a character or a construct from pop culture and teach you everything you need to know about them in about an hour, or sometimes we do lists. Matt has been on the show, so go back and check that out. It's a really great episode talking about best horror movie villains. Jason Inman and I also have a comic book coming out on November 11th. That is Veterans Day. He is a veteran, so support him and buy it. It is called Jupiter Jet and the Forgotten Radio. It is the follow-up to our Ringo-nominated debut series, Jupiter Jet, right there, with that sweet Nicholas Scott cover. You can get it anywhere that fine comic books or regular books are found. You get it at Target, Walmart, Amazon, anywhere like that. Jupiter Jet and the Forgotten Radio. Very, very excited about that. And then if you subscribe to Urban Flicks TV, please go and watch episode 6 of Pump. I'm on it. Ray J's on it. If that's a plus for you, please watch it and then tell them how great I was, and maybe they will have me back someday. So follow all the things. Say again?
Is there more singing on the podcast? Because I really
not from me. Well, we had an episode recently for Mara, and I tried to sing the Little Mermaid theme, or A Part of Your World, about Mara, and did a very poor job. But Jason does a lot more singing than I do. So
I just love the singing and storytelling. Actually, I'm a big fan.
Thank you.
And Ashley, obviously, thank you for always being such a huge supporter of Horror Movie Night. Obviously, we only really get to see each other when we're allowed to have San Diego Comic-Con,
I know.
which was a bummer. This was the first year in like 4 years we didn't get to hang out and see each other. But obviously, you're always tagging us in your Instagram stories because you're constantly rocking Horror Movie Night merch. and that is super cool, super awesome, and someone is about to win some horror movie night merch. So let's see. I wrote down the names of all the people who donated to Scares That Care and sent us the receipts. And the person who is going to win a prize pack catered to them is, let's see, Logan Pop. The person could not be more appropriate. Logan has literally been just holding it down in the comments since we started this thing. He's probably the only other person who's been on this stream for 15 straight hours.
He's been on longer than I have, actually.
Yeah.
I left for 2 hours.
Yeah. So thank you so much, Logan. I will contact you shortly. You and Tom. Tom obviously won the trivia contest that we did at 9:30 this morning Eastern Standard Time.
That's the middle of the night.
So thank you guys. Again, I was talking to Scott about this. Just the idea that I had thrown to him, where I was like, hey, since it's clearly not going to be a normal Halloween, what do you think about us trying to do 15 hours of entertainment on a live stream the Friday before Halloween where we just give our friends segments? This was pretty wild. Oh, I'm sorry, Bold T. You were also hanging out in here pretty much all day long. But yeah, it was a blast. Thank you so much, Ashley. I'm so glad that we finally got you on the show. This will be live on our podcast feed as well tomorrow. Because I'm just going to be watching horror movies and editing. Just truly the Halloween of dreams. So,
when are you not editing, though? Like, to be honest.
Literally only when I'm working my job, and even sometimes I'm editing. Hey, I mean, look, you've got more of a know than I do on this, Ashley. If you ever know people who are looking for a full-time podcast editor, there's someone who desperately needs a new career path.
Matt
deserves it. He's been working on. He's been on for 15 hours. He deserves it.
All right.
How much caffeine have you consumed?
I did have 3 cups of tea, and that is the closest thing to sugar that I've had this entire time.
Tea doesn't count.
No, and a lot of.
Are you one of those
No,
people?
I don't drink coffee. I cut out sodas like 2 years ago.
No alcohol, and he's like this all the time.
Yeah, just this is 3 cups of tea and 4 or 5 bottles of water is what this energy is.
I envy your brain chemistry. No, incorrect. That is a sweet baby angel that we all adore and makes all of our lives brighter.
Oh, thank you.
My hands
All
don't make
right.
a heart, but if they did, they would be on right now. They don't. I don't know how people do it.
All right. Well, I am going to send you off as well, Ashley. Thank you so much for joining us. And finally, Scott, Megan, thank you for donating Scott into my life on a fairly weekly basis. I know that I dominate a lot of his free time, but I really appreciate the people who've been watching this, the people who've been helping, the people who've been donating. You make this all worth it. It is a very time-consuming hobby, but if there wasn't people checking it out, and we talk to a lot of people who tell us how much this stuff has really affected their lives in a positive way, and I think I speak for Scott as well, and I know I speak for Brian. If we can put a little bit of goodness in the world with this stupid thing that we do, making lame jokes about movies that people have probably forgotten, then I feel like we're living life pretty okay, and we're doing a really good job. So, Scott, thank you for being a friend, hanging out for 7+ years on this crazy fucking journey. Every single person that you've seen on this stream has been such an incredible source of goodness in our lives. We had Tom on here doing the game show, who's just been like holding it down since day one as a listener. Jonathan, who like it got me my first step into podcasting and has been just the biggest supporter of the show ever since we jumped onto Geekscape. The Jersey Ghouls, Fright School, Analog Jones, all amazing. Robert Bacon, who's just been one of the funniest people that's ever entered my life. I love just texting him about nonsense. He's helped me get better podcasting gear. So just having that in my life. We already talked about Ashley and the influence of Geek History Lesson and just how her and Jason have been so supportive of this crazy project that we've done. And I made a promise way back before the pandemic that whenever we would do something live, I would make it a point to put out a positive message in the end. And obviously, this year, we did not get to do nearly enough live events. So I've said this 1,000 times, but there are always good people in this world that want to do the right thing. And throughout life, you have a choice to pick people who are going to lift you up and tell you that you can succeed and tell you to try your hardest and that good things are out there for everybody. And if you're surrounding yourself with people who aren't lifting you up and allowing you to be the best person you can be, then they're not people that you need in your life. And that's okay. It's okay to cut people out. But you are stronger than you believe that you are. You are willing, you are deserving of love, and that there is nothing that can't be done. Because as a dorky kid who sat around in his basement watching a bunch of movies completely alone, dreaming that one day I would have a platform to make a difference, the tiny platform that I've been granted through all of this podcasting has made that version of me. When I think about if I could hang out with 12-year-old Matt and say, one day you're going to be on a live stream for 15 hours with a bunch of people that you've never met in person, commenting and uplifting you and raising money to help out the less fortunate, he would be smiling ear to fucking ear. So never, ever give up on the dreams and the drive to just be the best person you can be and surround yourself with people who make you a better you. So I'm not sure if Scott and Megan have anything to sign off on, but those are my closing notes.
I cannot finish. I cannot follow that, dude. That was just chef's perfection.
That's a beautiful mission about what you guys do is like, you know, there's a group of kids out there who didn't feel, I don't know, like loved or that they had that group, and this is the group, and I love that so much. Scott and I talk about that all the time. Like, we're so glad we found each other, and like this is that friend group that you wish you had when you were in middle school and we were all being weird as hell. You know, that's amazing. That's the best way to put it, Matt.
For sure. And obviously, it's going to be a weird Halloween tomorrow, but hopefully we make the best of it however you can. And, you know, next year when things normalize and we can actually be around each other, you know, we'll do more of this. We'll do more shit like this. We'll see each other more, and we're just going to have to Halloween it up extra hard in 2021. So
it's happening.
You better be here for Halloween, Matt.
I am
not nearly as scary.
And trust me, I will probably
I don't know if it's a plus or a minus.
I'll probably be like hitting a bunch of Halloween parties next year because I'll drive to Pitt. Try to plan yours. Like, I'll try to convince Chris Mafias to have his Halloween party on a Friday, and you guys can have yours on a Saturday. And I'll just drive just from here, stop at Pittsburgh, do his party, and then drive to your guys' house for your party the next day.
Perfect. You could do that on Friday. That's a 2-hour drive. You could do it.
Yeah. That ain't nothing. Well, guys, thank you so much. I was thinking that we were going to go till midnight, but I also thought the draft would take a lot longer. So we're going to close it at 11. I'm sorry that you only got 14 hours instead of 15 hours. I hope you can forgive us. But yeah, thank you guys so much. It's a bummer that Brian can't be here, but he's, you know, making that cheddar. And
I knew you were going to say cheddar.
Yep, of course. Looking forward to talking to you again at Monster Mania in the future, Matt. And I finally watched Basket Case 2 and 3, so we can talk about that. Hell to the yeah. All right.
That's the dream right there.
Later, everybody.
Yay!